Good morning, good evening, and everything in between. How are we all today? Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Oh, my mouth is not moving. Give me a second. Let me figure out why I'm not speaking. Give me a second. What are we cooking today? Girl, what are we cooking? Let's fix that, shall we? Okay, no, I think we got that fixed. We played around with some settings lately. My fucking hands are still out. God bless. Oh, yeah. Hi. Speaking to us telepathically? Hell yeah, I am. I'm reaching through the screen as we speak. I'm gonna get you when I get you. Where have you gone? She speaks. Hello. I'm testing some new audio stuff today, so please let me know if it sounds shit. To put it bluntly, let me know if it sounds bad. I'm currently dying of heat. My AC is on the lowest temperature it can be today to see if I can make it less funny noise. Can't believe it's finally the day Millie died. No, she lives forever in my heart. I refuse to believe anything else. This will be my comfort, like, for the next... This is my comfort hyperfixation now. It's my entire personality, actually. And it will live eternal. They said the same thing about... No! Millie will live forever, I swear. I will make sure she lives forever. Millie and I, for all eternity, actually, like forever and always, holding her safe, holding her like a ferret. You can't take her from me. But yes, please let me know if my audio is wrong, or it sounds weird, or if there's too much buzzing. For I am trying the best that I can, and if you need a good reference as to why I'm testing my audio. This is what y'all are used to. And hopefully that sounds tragic to you guys in comparison to what I'm using as a test. It'll be a little bit silly. Oh my god. So hopefully, this is good for y'all. Because otherwise I will cry. Bro, I've been trying so hard. I spent like 3 to 4 hours on just audio today. Because I re-listened to some of my VODs recently and I was like, whoa. I need to fix it. I'd rather hear settled buzzing than you dying of hate, Mari. Hear me out. Yes. I will not hear you. Damn, when they won't hear you out, that's so crazy. But can you hear any buzzing noise right now? Because I have it on, I just have it on the lowest setting. If I turn it up higher though... And now when I talk, you probably will hear bits and pieces of it. Because it's a noisy little fucking thing, apparently. Max up, girl, you're gonna melt. I mean... Wait. Let me check what it is in here. It's only about... 30-ish? You're louder, it's okay. Yet! Oh my god. But also, I have had this song on repeat non-fucking stop. So... Wait. I've had it on repeat. It's insane. I'm losing my mind. Like, god, it's such a banger. Don't you choke me out. Yeah! Alright, let me... Oh, hi! I purposely put the hat on this time because I felt it was so fitting for the situation. Because I do miss Millie. I don't know how we're gonna do all this. I'm assuming hit new game and just fast forward until the choices, and then I'm guessing any new scenes. I don't know. I didn't think this far ahead. I was just like, yeah, Twofold! Yeah, Twofold! I'm also not used to doing multiple routes and going back to things. Ooh, okay. So we'll do that in that case. Options. Yeah. Ha ha ha. I think that's everything. Yes. Is that everything that I need to do? Oh. Okay, I was so good. I was so ready. Bet. You were good. Okay. Alright. And then we're gonna hit new volume. No, new volume, new game. Oh, she's cooking. Get her out of the kitchen. Oh my god. What
College will open new paths for you, is what my mom had always said.
Oh my god. I missed you. Wait. Oh, Olive, I missed you, actually.
I took those words to heart, despite my usual cynicism. Even as my high school friends drifted away from me over the years, and the stresses of moving out and living a lone mountain, I continued to believe in them. Then came today.
Oh fuck, I've missed you.
The meeting with the advisor was never going to go well. Academic probation isn't a term thrown around in good circumstances.
Oh my god.
Even with all that, a 1.2 GPA was a surprise. 5 whole credits. After cruising through school before college, it feels like a bad joke when I repeat his coldly delivered words in my head. My heart sinking, I finally closed the door behind me. A chapter of my life closes with it.
Do you have an order of friends already in your mind? Okay, so. Kind of. I was thinking that we could, like, work through the art club and then move to the writing club. Man, my heart. Fuck, I've missed you. Ah! Okay, we're gonna stop there. Okay, go back to it. Oh, I've missed her. Oh, coming back here again is giving me emotions, actually. Guys, I'm having feelings. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll go through art club. Because I think it'll be interesting to start there. And then... Oh, look at them. Oh, I've missed everyone, actually. Damn. I actually missed... Ah! I'm having feelings. You see Eileen in a yeah, exactly. I'm seeing Eileen in a different light now, and it's kind of insane. So to do... Yes. Have feelings. Man. God, coming back here, I'm holding them like, oh my god, please. I think Heather is a new one for us, right? No, we'll do that. We'll do Heather when we're doing the writing club. Okay, well that didn't skip. Okay. But we've read this before. No, I need to reskip. Oh, because I did them both. True. Okay. We're gonna start skipping through Millie for her club scenes and just randomly stop on out of the bridge scene. The bridge scene. I'm so unwell, actually. I'm having so many feelings. Hot club. Hi, Millie. I miss you already. Man. This is a twofold speedrun. I wish I had the timer set up. Oh, fuck. Okay, so we did Allison last time. Maybe save here. That's so smart. I just dropped my fucking drink bottle. That's fine. Data. I want to go to page 13. That is so smart. We did Allison though. So we're gonna do Eileen this time. Yes. Something about paint feels especially artsy compared to the other choices here. It looks so professional and out of reach for a person like me. Or maybe Eileen specifically gives me that vibe. Either way, I said I'd give the club an honest try. There's nothing more serious than painting on an easel to show I mean it. The paints I grab are a mismatch of different brands of paints and colors. There's a surprising amount of blue and green options and almost nothing else. Blue and green options, insane. Limitations breed innovation, or something like that. Here goes nothing.
What on earth do you think you're doing?
I nearly jump out of my skin. I lean over my shoulder, glaring down both at me and the easel.
Did you have to sneak up on me?
Be happy I didn't assassinate you. You're ruining that canvas, and those brushes.
I look at my painting. A swirl of blue with a splotch of dark green in the middle. I was envisioning something like a cactus on a windowsill, but so far it's just a runny mess. None of the colors are really sticking to the canvas as well as I'd hoped, running down and spilling onto the wooden base.
Look, I know I'm not any good at this, but I'm not trying to be bad. Give me a bit of a break.
And let you destroy Caprice's supplies because she's too naive and trusting of a total newbie? Gimme that.
Eileen takes the palette from my hands and places it on a nearby table. In a surprisingly quick turnaround, she thrusts a new set of paints into my arm and stands there expectantly.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Paint.
What's the difference?
She skulls and shakes her head in total disbelief.
Why would you join an art class when you can't even tell the difference between acrylic and watercolor?
Watercolor usually comes in those plastic containers.
Olive.
The cheap kinds, yes. Unless you mean gouache, which we both know you nor Caprice can afford.
I have no idea what gouache is.
Read what you're using next time. Using a water-based paint on a gessoed canvas is ridiculous.
No clue what gesso is either.
Sorry.
Do you mean it?
What?
Caprice might put up with your wet cat routine, but I won't. If you're going to be using someone else's space and supplies, do the bare minimum.
Not the wet cat! Oh my god. Neki was right all along to put them in timely, soppy, wet cats. Going, this is the hardest I've ever had to act because I have no idea what any of this means. Yeah, I know things! If there were any doubt about it before, Eileen is definitely insulting me now. Weirdly though, it doesn't feel particularly mean-spirited.
I'll double check next time. You're right.
Of course I am. If you're not sure of something, ask before just jumping into the deep end. It's more trouble for everyone if you brute force it.
Eileen storms away without another word. In the short time we've been here, she's already created a whole figure and scene of her on her own canvas. It makes my current attempt look embarrassing in contrast. I sigh and try again, this time with the right materials. The difference in how the paint lays is immediately clear. With a renewed energy, or just because I don't want to get yelled at again, I get back to work. I've missed them all so much. God, actually having withdrawals is real, actually. That's crazy.
Look! A sea turtle!
I'm having feelings. Neki! Wait.
Yeah.
Look at them! Ah! I need to stop pressing buttons. Scrunkies.
Olive!
Oh, my heart. I'm so unwell. Oh. Leaning against the backside of a booth, Mom and I allow ourselves a brief respite after somehow surviving another lunch rush.
How does such a tiny little trolley car fit so many people?
If you figure it out, let me know. I've been wondering the same thing for over 20 years.
So she says, but with the smile on her face, you'd think she was totally unfazed. I guess you get used to it. Our rest is cut short by the sound of two sets of footsteps approaching from outside, paired with idle chatter from their owners. To my horror, I recognize both of them. As Mom props herself up to get ready to greet our new customers, I sink further down, trying my best to hide myself behind her as they step indoors.
It's just as cute on the inside. Look at all the photos.
Aww.
You're such a tourist.
You're such a tourist. I love the delivery on that line, actually. Wait.
You're such a tourist.
Wait! It's Surf Valley, girl! I think this is one of my favorite lines, actually. I think this is my favorite line Eileen has ever said.
You're such a tourist.
That's it. This is everything to me. I need just this dialogue, like... Eileen, I need that audio clip so that I can have it. Just because I just need that. That is everything to me. New soundboard, new soundboard. Yeah! Oh my god, wait, no, I actually, like, genuinely love how Eileen delivered that line.
You're such a tourist.
I love that. I'm holding that to my chest. Spent like 3 weeks in California once for a family vacation and picked up the West habits. She's like me for real on that one. I learned Valley Girl in the small brief amount of time that I went to,
Welcome to the Bell House. You two take a seat wherever you like.
As they pass by us, Mom follows suit, grabbing a couple menus as she does. That leaves me stranded alone up in the front as they find themselves a booth together near the back of the diner. With them occupied with the usual waitress spiel, I decide now's my best chance of sneaking into the kitchen area undetected. I work my way back up to a standing position and...
Hey, that you, slacker?
don't even make it 2 feet.
Oh, Olive? Hi.
Dismay. Shoulders sufficiently slumped, I turn to face them and drag my feet over to their booth. Mom's face couldn't contrast mine more, becoming brighter than I have seen in forever.
Are these friends of yours?
They're from the club I've been telling you about.
It's a pleasure to meet you both. I'm Olive's mother.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
A finger pointing. Oh, Allison, you are everything to me. Mom and Allison are eager to greet each other, whereas Eileen seems content with a small wave. Decidedly more on edge than when she first came in, her eyes shift around the diner, landing on me more than a few times in the process.
So is this a family-run place?
Yeah, not ours though, if that's what you're asking. We're just plain old employees.
I wouldn't say it like that. I've been working here since before Olive was even born. The owners have been very good to us. It almost feels like a second home.
With how much time we've had to spend here lately, it's definitely felt like we've more or less been living here, that's for sure.
That's not what I meant at all. You've been told several times that you don't need to be taking on as many hours as you are, dear.
I know, I'm fine. Whining about it feels good though.
I'm gonna get you out of that habit eventually.
Oh, my heart.
Good luck.
I love them both so much. While Allison is content to giggle at our banter, Eileen's eyes narrow. That's already something I'm used to seeing at this point. It's hard to figure out if it stems from annoyance like usual. Something about her face feels just a shade softer than normal.
How long have you been at this?
Part of me was hoping she'd stop pushing Mom and I away so we could start on their meals. And that same part of me is stunned when she instead opts to continue the conversation.
Well, since I was old enough to work, I guess. Specifically when I turned 16, so just a bit over 5 years now.
I see.
It's nice that you found a nice spot for yourself so early on. I'm jealous.
I can't help but stretch myself out in exhaustion as a means of silent protest. The grass is always greener, I suppose.
It's something, I guess.
I guess.
I'm sorry if Olive's been causing you trouble in your club. Work's been a bit rough lately.
They've been fine. Our club's pretty small. It's nice to have someone new around.
That's good to hear. I noticed the nickname Slacker earlier and got worried for a moment.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's just a me thing. Your kid's been doing okay, given everything.
I can't even try to hide my shock. She almost sounded nice there. For a second. Or at least very sympathetic. Rather than leave my dumbstruck expression on display for everyone to see, I try to push it away with some conversation.
So what brings you two here anyway? I feel like running into each other like this is a bit of a needle in a haystack moment.
I mean, you're the one who's working in a gimmicky little place like this. I'm more surprised you've never had something like this happen in 5 years.
It's not the first time, not even in the past few weeks. That's what makes it scary.
Olive's having a crisis.
Huh.
I've wanted to come for a while. We passed by it earlier in the year.
I promised we'd make the trip before winter hit, and it's been getting colder lately.
An exceedingly rare blush from Eileen. It wasn't exactly hard to assume things about these two, but having it set in stone does recontextualize things a little bit.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry we've been keeping you. Let me get out of your hair. Just shout when you want to order. You get ready too, Olive.
Will do. It was nice talking with you two.
Hello, Weeb!
Same to you. Thanks in advance for the food.
Yeah. Nice chatting, Olive.
A surprise reaction, but I'll take it. I make my way to the front of the diner and start preparing for the final couple of lunch rush meals. A few days later. Okay, I think that's skippable. Olive fought a garden once, so true. Wait, it just stopped on it. Okay. She definitely didn't see my offer to cook in the cards today, so actually being able to tie it all on the one spot is impressing me more than the actual lesson. True, her. Huh? Now it's telling me I can skip again. It cooked. It just wanted me to read that one line. Thank you, Order. I don't think this is new either. They wanted me to know Olive cooks, and now, while we haven't found time for additional study sessions, her promise to help me out more has held true.
I can't today, sorry.
Alright. It's fine, it's cooking. It just wants me to know important, like, TLDR, like, details, so that I remember everything that's happening.
That's 3, though. I guess you win.
All of that aside, you've been helping me a lot outside of your scheduled hours, too. So if you need some time to handle your things with Millie, don't feel...
I think that we've had that. We've definitely had that. That was familiar.
Maybe when I'm a little better at...
Giving me mixed signals. I'm like second guessing it. Okay. At least I read that one then in that case. The sun hangs outside the art club windows as the day draws to a close. Caprice has been a lot more hands-on since her unneeded apology, but today's another one of those days where she's preoccupied, leaving Eileen in charge of closing up the club room. Theo, help me, Theo! Theo, save me! Save me, Theo! With Wallace gone and Allison over at the campus ceramics kiln, only Eileen and I occupy the space. Theo, shifting between her own work and checking over mine, she's been more forthcoming with help as of late.
No, look. Caprice had the same problem. Picture a light bulb floating around your subject. The shadows would be way harsher than this here.
Hello, Possum. Welcome. We're currently winning. We're winning so fucking much right now. We're back in the Twofold universe. Everything is good again. Life is good. She takes my notebook and starts doodling a few spheres with her pencil, each with various intensities of shadows and light positions.
If you want to go strong with your shadows, that's fine, but you need to at least understand how these things interact with each other.
Right. Sorry.
Don't apologize for something like this. It's a learning process.
Yeah. Eileen's ability to transition in and out of teacher mode so effortlessly while keeping her colorful personality in check is honestly impressive. Satisfied that I've probably gotten the gist, she returns to her canvas and resumes her painting. I don't want to bother her again so soon, but there was something she said that caught my ear.
Hey.
What is it now?
You said Caprice has the same issues with this kind of stuff. You mean that thing you and her were working on a couple weeks ago, right?
She brushes away at her work.
Has she talked to you about it at all?
Well, no.
Then it's none of your business.
Yeah, true! The words are cold, but the tone isn't. I swear she gets harder to read every time we talk.
She's working through her own issues, same as you. Give her the same respect and personal space as you think you deserve.
Oh, okay, that one was wild. That's an awfully nice gesture, given it's Eileen talking about Caprice.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
You apologize about nothing more than Allison does.
Damn, chill!
I thought that one felt necessary, at least.
It's natural to be curious about her, especially given your circumstances.
Huh?
She glances over at me, the corner of her mouth pulling upwards in a small, barely noticeable smirk. I feel my face grow warm, though I'm not sure why. Damn, that fast, huh? They all just really do catch on that fast.
Her being your tutor and all.
Oh yeah, alright.
Oh, right, yeah, I guess so. What's your take on her, anyway? If it's okay to ask.
This question causes her to stop her painting entirely, mulling over a response for considerably longer than the initial inquiry.
I used to not be able to stand her, genuinely. I don't think we could be further opposites.
So far, so obvious.
Sometimes it still feels that way, and I just want to throw my hands in the air and walk out mid-conversation. She's exhausting.
Jesus.
I'm surprised you haven't yet.
Yeah, well, I'm a notoriously bad judge of character. Just ask Allison. Up until meeting you at your work, I had you pegged as a lazy bum trying to get others to dig you out of a hole you rightfully fell into.
I don't think that's entirely unfair.
Then you'd be wrong.
Hearing that from her admittedly feels nicer than I'd expect. I sort of want to ask her to elaborate. But I decide it's better not to press my luck and just be thankful for what I've been given.
Anyway, my point is, I'm trying to get better at being patient with people. Allison does more than her fair share keeping me grounded.
It's hard not to appreciate Eileen's sincerity, especially with how distant she feels a lot of the time. She returns her eyes once more to her easel.
If you talk about this conversation with anyone, I'm telling Caprice you are sticking your nose into her personal business.
And then the Eileen I recognize returns. Unlike before, however, I respond to her with a smile. Okay, God bless.
Cross-hatching, right?
Wait. Oh! Wait.
Just barely.
That's such a relief to hear. I've been worried for you.
There's nothing to worry about.
I'm sure you will.
Where is it?
How am I supposed to take that exactly?
Where is it?
What do you mean?
Well, you just said. You meant something by that, obviously.
I think you're reading into things a little too much.
Oh, really? Ollie, what do you think?
It felt a little passive-aggressive.
Here we go.
Alright, I can see that. I'll be direct then. You drag people around whether they like it or not. At least it's good for something.
She's sore at her throat every fucking time. Oh my god. Passive aggressive? Let me just be aggressive.
That said, Olive, if she's ever being too much, you need to tell her directly. Several times.
Oh my god.
Are you really still mad about
You asked me 15 times.
I'm sorry, I'm just so obsessed with Millie when she's like this.
'Cause we kept rescheduling for you!
And you won't take a hint.
I forgot.
Okay. We're good. I love her so much, actually. Haley really is like, alright, let's get you out of here. Let's get you out. Aww. Oh, it was the gay scene. For a Millie spin-off game, I receive Caprice Path becomes Okay, but what kind of Millie spin-off game are we talking here? Like, I'm listening. I'm curious. Because like what makes you say yes? I still want to romance Millie. I want the path where Millie loves me. Millie POV and you date Haley so you can live in her. No, but it'd be Millie POV. I don't know. I don't know. Cause like, I want to romance Millie. Do you know what I mean? I would love a Millie POV. That is very tempting. But Written Works does have me by the throat. Yeah, you're right, Millie. Because no one hates Millie more than this. She's so for me, for real, for real. I love her. I love Millie so much. Fuck. I am very still biased to Millie and Olive because they hit so right for everything I love in a pairing. So like that's a hard one because I am very biased to them. And as much as I enjoy Music Nerd, I think that's I think you would definitely have better persuading Neki with that. But like I want Millie. Give me Millie. Millie spin-off game where The spin-off game is it's me. I get to be in the Twofold universe and I romance Millie. It's like, put me in Kirch. I'll romance Millie. I'll learn how to be a rider. Millie POV, but it's like an inside out situation, so you have the different little Millies. You're insane for that one. Not the self-cessed. Oh my god, that'd be a nightmare. Really splitting up as much Millie as possible for Mark. No. Oh my god. Losing my mind. But yes, I will consider your trade offer, but you're to be considered and accept, I would need to know more about this in more detail. I look at your offer and I say, TBD, TBD, because Millie Olive really is like, for me personally, I am very like, I'm very fussy with like pairings. I like very specific dynamics. And I don't think you understand how accidentally perfectly you captured everything for me in that. Like, you can even confirm with Neki, the kind of aesthetic and styles and pairings that I enjoy, you kind of just like put it all into the perfect moment. Like, it's kind of insane. Cause like the court alone, that is still my status on Discord. Like that just, oh my god. Oh my god. It was everything to me actually. Yeah, like Nikki's like, yeah, you kinda did. I am very unwell about them. So like, you know? You know? But I would consider it for more Millie content. I would consider it. I need to see Mario BK. Well, joke's on you. There's the audio. Hydrate? Okay. Hang on! That's not what I mean. That's not what I meant. So you think Olive and Millie is perfectly wrapped up? No, I think we need more. We need so much more. There is no such thing as not needing any more content, actually. I need more of it. You've just, like, you've captured the perfectness, and you just need to... Domestic written works. Oh my god, I would actually fucking cry. More domestic written works. Oh my god. Olive cooking for Millie. Millie writing... Oh my god, no, but, like... No, I'm gonna start rambling about stuff. Like, there's... Oh my god, you say domestic, and I have, like, 10 different, like, like, ideas and everything. Oh my god. Makes me so unwell. The one where you said the writing idea of Olive and Millie. Yeah, like, oh my god. I say, but it's been an hour when I'm done with Eileen yet. No! Okay, in my defense, we started half an hour in. Or something like that. Waiting for the next one. It's Haley. Millie, my beloved. Yeah, I mean, you did distract me with Millie Path conversation, so, like, I can't turn down a discussion about Millie. That's, like, illegal. How can I be the #1 Millie stan if I turn down a conversation about Millie, you know? Always thinking about Millie 24/7 in this little head. Just tried to argue with me yesterday how this would be a short stream. I swear! No, I am not making 2 parts. As Eileen promised, or perhaps threatened, we've chosen to end the day with one last club outing at the usual pizza place. The first outing in which Caprice isn't eager to make herself the center of attention. Can't say I blame her. Heck, I can't deny feeling the same way right now. Eileen, however, is quick to notice and is the first to lift her glass in a toast to our relationship. An act I can only imagine as some form of revenge for her.
To our love-struck club leader and her new partner.
Allison's usually the first to shy away from needless teasing, but even she follows Eileen's lead. Raising her cup to the air, Wallace seems content to immediately start sipping away at his though. The drinks only look higher and higher up as Caprice and I shrink into our seats in unison. I feel the red on my face intensify as Wallace finally brings up his mug as well.
To all relationships in the club, old and new. Here's hoping Caprice and Olive were even a fraction of how lovey-dovey you two turned out in the end.
Friendly fire. Friendly fire! That's enough to bring Allison and Eileen's cups down quick. Being the only one left in the air, Wallace gives a shrug as he brings his beer back down to his lips. Caprice and I pull ourselves up, no longer the center of attention at the table. It isn't long before Allison turns back our way, however.
You two are so cute together. I had my hunches pretty early on.
Thanks, Allie.
I'm amazed you found someone who could keep up with you.
Insane.
Hey, what are you implying?
Not the right way to say that. While the rest of the club bants and bickers, Eileen taps me on my arm, drawing my attention from the rest of the crowd. She takes a sip of her beer, free of her celebratory cheer she was leading just moments ago.
Sorry, couldn't resist. She pulled something similar after Christmas last year, and I've been waiting to turn it around on her. Was starting to get worried I wouldn't get the chance.
That
Insane.
definitely sounds like a Caprice thing, yeah.
Ugh.
Her face contorts as she recalls the memory.
You've really signed yourself up for a handful.
Which route is this? We are Art Club and Eileen Friend Path.
That's what'll make it fun, I think.
Eileen brings her mug to her lips again, ending another small drink with a smile.
Something funny?
Just thinking about what Wallace said. It's almost scary how well you're keeping pace with her.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if Eileen thinks she sounds deep, or if she's just a lightweight and already tipsy. I'd be shocked if it was the latter, but that's the only explanation that makes sense to me.
Just by how fast you're able to change, I mean. You're almost unrecognizable compared to a few months ago. Allison and I have been together for just over a year now, and I think the extent of my personal growth is don't loathe Caprice anymore.
I mean, I'm still relatively new to the circle, but I'm sure there's more to it than that. I don't feel like I've changed much either.
I wonder.
Her next sip is considerably slower, breaking eye contact and staring blankly at nothing in particular.
I love you just the way you are, Eileen.
Just girl, you're amazing. Just the way you are. Her quiet musing is interrupted by Allison, smiling sweetly at her girlfriend. The rest of the table's eyes focused on the two of us as well. Eileen is quick to fluster, the victory over Caprice she felt just minutes before falling to the wayside.
How long has everyone been listening to our conversation?
Somewhere around where you called me a handful and tried to scare Ollie away from me.
Eileen does not deserve Allison. Allison is a fucking blessing. I don't know how Eileen scored Allison. Like, come on.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Only some. For a dramatic flourish.
Oh my god.
Spoken like a true writing club member.
Blasphemy!
That's twice tonight I've been dragged onto center stage and been embarrassed for it. As much as part of me wants to hide away, I can't help but feel thankful for the group of people I've managed to stumble into.
This isn't about Allison and I. Tonight is Caprice and Olive's thing.
In that case, how about another toast? To the two happy couples?
Eileen narrows her eyes in response, which only seems to cause Wallace's smirk to grow larger. Caprice, meanwhile, seems eager to gain back the ground she lost at the start of the night.
I'll drink to that.
Absolutely not.
I think it's a nice gesture.
Backed into a corner, all Eileen can do is close her eyes with a sigh.
Fine.
And you said you were worrying about not being able to change.
I didn't ask for your commentary.
It's rare to have an opportunity to rib Eileen. A narrow window I'm eager not to let pass by.
So, how did they say cheers in Germany again, Eileen?
Haven't you done enough?
Ooh, it's been a while. Prost? Prast? It was something like that, right?
You four are going to settle for a cheers or nothing at all.
And so we do. With a final raising of our cups, the club closes out the year. See, I can read through these with minimal distractions. I'm so good at this. We're so back. This isn't first. No, it's twofold. I think we've read all this.
There you are.
Yes. This line was written because Allison's video spent like 10 minutes trying to pronounce it. Please, that's so funny. I love that, actually. The last few days before the holiday rush effortlessly snuck up on me. I sit on my couch with a couple of gifts I've been putting off wrapping, which is thankfully the extent of my worries for today. There's my Christmas with Mom coming up, not to mention the big family meetup at the Clogs. It'll be a while before life stops being busy, so I'm making a deliberate attempt to savor the quiet, even with yesterday's date still dancing on my mind. This is just so apostrophe. The silence doesn't last, however, as my phone begins buzzing on my table. I pick it up, expecting to see Caprice's name staring back at me. Instead, Eileen? That's probably the last person I would have expected. I'm filled with equal parts worry and curiosity as I accept the call.
Hello?
Hey, dumb question. Do you know when Caprice is heading home for Christmas?
What? We're heading out the day of, first thing in the morning. Why?
There's a small pause, but only a small one.
I just need to get some paperwork to her and wanted to catch her before... Wait, we?
Oh, I was invited over by your mom, so I'll be joining them this year.
Christmas with the parents, huh? My condolences.
Also, Mari, please upload the Caprice route stuff so I can put whatever. I just need to finish the thumbnails and then I can upload it. So I'm just gonna make the thumbnails and then I can put it up. I can probably do that in the next few days. If I'm on track. I will try. My current focus is not my YouTube, but I will, for you, Weave, I'll try. I can practically see the sneer on her face.
Things are tense, but they seem like nice folks. I'm not too worried. About them, anyway.
I'm sure they'll be fine. Just call it a personal bias. I am more than glad to be spending Christmas here this year.
Focus on your... Okay, Caps. You were not here for the funny realization I had. I kind of was a little bit silly. Because I have the Donathon this month. And then I have my 1-year anniversary in March. So it's the 26th of January is my donathon, and then the 26th of March is my 1-year anniversary with like ND, like we debuted then. So I am currently prepping for 2 big events because both of them require a lot of work. We cooked, but I shouldn't have been allowed in the kitchen for this one. I have so much recording to do.
Yeah? What are your holiday plans?
There's too many pots in the kitchen. Real. I'm like every single role in the kitchen. Like, I'm cooking. I'm just 10 me's running around. After thinking back to my initial impression of her, it's surprising how easy making small talk with her is now.
Just as I said, a nice, quiet year. Probably gonna spend a few hours on Christmas Eve with Allison's old roommate, and my sister's coming down for a day on Christmas proper.
Doesn't sound like my definition of quiet.
She can't fucking sit down. No, real, I can't. I miss Rose!
You should have been here last year. This'll be absolute bliss in comparison.
Every time Mari gets demotivated, she looks at an image of Millie. You have no idea. One of the things that will be getting released on my 1 year, I for real look at that picture of Millie like, please, I need the will of, like, your light in my person for this. I can almost hear something resembling joy in her voice, vaguely, if I really try to listen for it.
Besides, I don't think you get to criticize my idea of what quiet is when you're spending the holidays in a hornet's nest.
Did you just spoil there will be a 1-year Millie? There will not be a 1-year Millie. I am just looking to Millie for guidance. I finished taping the top of the first gift, grabbing the spool of ribbon to the side. I've never not sucked at this part of the process.
You think it'll be that bad, huh?
I'm choosing to be optimistic, against my better judgment.
Could have fooled me.
Yeah?
I think it'll be a disaster.
That doesn't sound like my definition of optimism either.
But Caprice is stubborn. If she wants it to work out, she'll brute force it into happening if she has to.
I can't argue with that.
You least of all.
Yeah.
I placed the box down on the table after spinning it a bit, checking for imperfections. The bow looks passable, which is a step up from my usual attempts. As good as I could hope to make it in any case.
Anyway, thanks for the info. I'm gonna drop for now. Enjoy the rest of your holidays.
Yeah, you too. Say hi to Allison for me.
Will do.
I wait patiently for the click, signifying the end of the call, but it never comes. I lift the phone from my ear to make sure it's acting okay, only for Eileen to continue as I'm staring at the screen.
Olive.
Huh? Yeah?
Let me know how it goes. Christmas at their place, I mean.
You worried about her?
Never mind. See you.
Wait. I'll keep you up to date as best I can. Promise.
Thanks.
Oh my god, rare moment. It arrived a bit late, but the long-awaited click finally comes and Eileen is gone, leaving me alone with a box that looks sadder and sadder the more I look at it. Christmas soon. We're zooming past the Christmas. I nearly cried at a Bluey TikTok earlier. I can't do the Christmas scene.
Your place looks lovely.
What do you mean that's a sentence? What happens in Bluey? I got really emotional because there was a TikTok scene I was watching and it was basically one of the characters, his name is Rusty, and his parent is overseas, and so he was like learning how to play cricket, and he was never able to hit this one certain ball, and he was getting really upset, and so his dad wrote him a letter giving him some advice, and then he took that advice and then he actually started getting the ball and he wasn't scared anymore and he was achieving big things, and then it ended with like the little younger him high-fiving the older him, and his older self was like a pro cricket player, and I was very emotional about that. It was really sweet.
First and foremost, I hope everyone had a great holiday.
Okay, this is saying I can skip, so I'm assuming I can skip. This says it's skippable. Thinking back to Eileen scowling at me for wasting Caprice's paints, I try to resist a weary sigh.
I won't make any excuses for her, but Eileen isn't as whatever she's trying to be all the time, I think. She cares about you in her own way.
Insane. Why she doesn't show it is a mystery.
Nah.
Nah? Her reply is so short and definitive it surprises me. I go to press her for more, but she sighs and shakes her head before continuing.
I can't help but feel like I've maybe been really stupid. Like, all this time, everybody's been saying exactly what they felt. Why did I keep bothering with it?
Okay, and we know the rest of this. They're crying. That was like perfectly timing on that one, Caps, because like it hit just as I read that message. Holy shit. Today's work was pleasantly light. People opting to stay out of the cold for their food. Not to say it was entirely deserted, with families popping in here and there, but never more than a couple tables at a time. Mom already went home on account of the slow day, much to my relief. Just as I think I may be afforded a similar luxury of a calm, pleasant evening, a certain repeat customer makes her way inside, the chime of the bell grating on my ears.
There you are. Good.
Welcome to Bell House. What can I do for you?
Yesterday's meeting still fresh in my mind and my annoyance lingering, I treat myself to some curtness in my greeting.
I told Allison I was going to get us takeout tonight. You do that here?
Yeah, sure. Just pick something out and I'll get you a bag.
I pass her a menu from our supply. She thumbs through it, her eyes seemingly skim right over most of the text.
Hey, so remember when I asked you to keep me in the loop about how Christmas went down? You want to explain how the meeting ended yesterday?
There it is. Unlike her to skirt around what she really wants to say to this extent.
It's been an absolute mess. It entirely slipped my mind.
Her eyes narrow as she continues her scan, no doubt pondering our selection of soups. Surely.
Well, it's unslipped now.
Sure has. Thanks for that.
I take this rare opportunity to return her glare. To my complete and utter shock, she actually relents. At least a little.
Most of it went fine. Better than you'd think, even.
Could have fooled me.
Until Millie unwrapped that painting you were so bothered about.
Eileen clicks her tongue in response.
You aren't putting this on me.
Not just you, no.
If it was as bad as you want to claim, then you should have said something earlier.
Eileen's intimidating even when she isn't raising her voice. Ironically, it's only when she's yelling in my face that I don't feel like backing down.
You shouldn't need someone to tell you when it is and isn't okay to treat people like dirt!
Oh my god. Okay, Olive.
I wasn't treating her like anything. That painting should have made it obvious that...
Then answer her question! If you didn't want to do it, then why did you?
In lieu of something to hit or kick, she settles for slamming her menu on a nearby table. With that out of her system, she leans against the diner's wall, arms crossed, allowing herself a moment to calm down.
What was wrong with it?
She wasn't wearing her wedding band.
All this over a 5-minute touch-up.
I know she knows a strip of paint isn't the biggest issue here, but I want to give her a chance to admit it before I spell it out.
I thought it was a good plan. It made sense. And even if it wasn't, she always finds a way to make things work out for her regardless.
Yeah, well, not this time.
Remorse doesn't suit Eileen. Watching her try to sort out her thoughts, occasionally bobbing her head side to side, makes me feel like I'm looking at a total stranger.
I wonder if she still would have gone through with it if I just shut down her last-second begging. I'd have a clean conscience, at least.
You're ignoring the actual problem.
Am I now?
The painting isn't the issue here. The ring is such a small detail that I doubt most people would have even considered it. What you should feel bad about is how you treated her at the meeting. You knew about her problems with Millie. You clearly knew how much she was banking on this painting working out. I know you and Wallace well enough by now, or I think I do anyway, to know that that's just how you guys talk. But, you know, there's a time and a place, and yesterday wasn't it. Even if things had magically worked out over the holidays, the last thing she needed was her closest friends ganging up on her on top of everything else. She doesn't deserve that.
She taps her foot as rapidly as her boots allow, shaking the nervous energy out of her system any small way she can.
How was she, after you two left?
She cried on the way home. What do you want me to say, Eileen?
Damn it.
She reaches behind her to grab her previously discarded menu in a bid to buy herself some additional time to think. The facade doesn't last long, though, as she drops it again soon after.
I can't stand.
She almost looks surprised as she manages to catch herself before one of her typical tirades started.
Caprice is loud, annoying, refuses to let people rest for even a second so long as she's around. When it became obvious you two were a thing, I was stunned. How could anyone have that kind of inner peace to think, I want to spend every day for the rest of my life around someone like that and actually mean it?
Jesus fucking Christ. Just as I feel motivated to snap back, her face softens.
I was happy for her. Happy for you.
Okay.
It's hard to deny that my life's gotten better since she got involved in it. And I thought it was only fair that some of that circled back around to her. There's your answer. Her answer.
A sigh as her train of thought reaches its conclusion.
I'd never admit any of that to her. Maybe I should.
Realizing how she must look right now, she opts to hide her grief-stricken face behind her menu, rather than try to force a new expression to take its place.
Will you apologize to her for me? Assuming you'll see her way before I get the chance.
I shake my head, not sure if she can even see the act hidden behind her makeshift screen.
I'll do whatever I can for her. But that's on you. Maybe at the next meeting.
The next meeting. Yeah. Sounds fair. Thank you, Olive.
Oh, I got an achievement. My mouth curls upward just ever so slightly, and I feel lighter than I had a moment ago, as my frustration finally starts to leave me. The menu in her hands, by contrast, starts looking considerably heavier as it slowly comes down from Eileen's face. Nevertheless, her posture suddenly seems more relaxed than it did when she first buried herself in it.
So, ready to order?
Insane? There's little epilogue bits in the final scene. Okay. Resuming. Oh, Millie. Mill. I miss Millie so much. That took like an hour. There's no way that was an hour. Please say psych. Oh, fuck. Shit. Well, this is gonna be funny. Also, I wrote all the friend stuff, even if most, not all of them, had outlines. Really tried my hardest to salvage Eileen's rep after. No, real for that, actually. Oh, my emotions. Oh, that scene. Man, I also keep thinking about the fact that, because like I've been watching along with Lucky's streams of this, just thinking about the emotional roller coaster Lucky's gonna go through the second that like he goes through all of this as well, because like he's nearly done with the Millie route. Like that's gonna be insane. Wallace is the first to leave, with Allison and Eileen right on his tail. Once they're at the door, Eileen gives Allison a couple pats on the back, urging her ahead as she returns to Caprice and I once her girlfriend is safely out of earshot.
Caprice.
That gets her attention just as well as anything else. I keep my head down, focusing on shoving things into my backpack and trying to keep my business out of whatever Eileen has planned for her.
Sup, Al?
We aren't doing that. Anyway, I just wanted to... I'm sorry about how the painting went over. I didn't have much of a chance to say so before now.
A few seconds of silence as Caprice ponders Eileen's apology. Only a few, though.
Huh. That's funny. I don't remember telling you what Millie thought of it.
I can suddenly feel a pair of eyes staring right through me. As stiff as my spine suddenly feels, I manage to find the willpower to bring myself upright, only to find a playful smirk on Caprice's face.
Sorry.
I basically forced it out of them. If that helps keep Olive in your good graces.
The smirk quickly evolves into a giggle.
It's fine, both of you. That includes the painting, by the way.
That's not what I heard.
Another glare directed at me, this time from Eileen. It's been 2 minutes at most and I'm already exhausted from this conversation.
She warmed up to it in the end. And even if she didn't, I asked you for the help. I'd never blame you for how things turned out.
But...
Before she can continue expressing her guilt, Caprice cuts her off with a hug, doing its job of shocking Eileen with the added bonus of causing her to stumble just a bit.
Hey, what's the deal?
Thanks for everything you've done, Eileen. I know I'm not your favorite person.
Ugh, you got that right.
This is where I'd expect Eileen to try and pry Caprice off her, and I'm sure Caprice is anticipating the same. To my surprise, however, Eileen returns the embrace, wrapping her arms around. Oh. Wait, okay, that one got
I'm
me.
nowhere near the bottom, though.
Okay, that kinda got me. Unable to contain my smile, I try my hardest to commit the moment to memory, knowing full well that Eileen is going to force Caprice and I to forget it afterwards. Alright, you won me over with that one. You got me there. You got me. 1/4 of the way there? Fuck. Okay. Data. Wait! No! Oh! 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 Lord. Oh no! That was almost a tragedy. Unfortunately, the idea of trying to pick up another new skill on top of everything else I've had to learn about art in the past few weeks just feels too daunting. Just to show I tried, I end up taking a pack of different weighted pencils. They all look the same, but each is adorned with a different number and letter. Heading over to where Wallace sits, I plop down next to him and take out my own notebook.
You give up easy?
It's more that I know my limits. I don't have the brain space for anything else right now. I get what she's saying, and I will give it a shot. Just not today.
Fair enough. Before you got here, Caprice was making sure we knew how hard you've been pushing to pass. Taking it easy isn't so bad once in a while.
She said that? I feel a heat rise to my face in embarrassment. As much as I'd like to downplay it, it seems Caprice was really taking my situation to heart.
So what? Want to play for the other side today? Try your hand at writing a comic out?
I guess I could do that. It's not really any different than a short story, right?
Insane. Wallace smiles a bit to himself.
Sure. Go ahead and write it out. I'll take a look at it after.
Everything about that sentence sets off alarm bells in my head. Whatever I said is so terribly wrong that he doesn't even want to entertain it. I consider asking him, but he's already turned back to his own notebook. They look like siblings. I sneak a peek at the page he's working on, some sort of bulleted list, but he quickly notices my cheating and adjusts just enough to obscure it from my view. The only way out is through then. I start writing out a small story.
All done?
I think so.
A simple story, honestly. A young student has a dying houseplant and tries everything to save it.
The caretaker ran to and fro, bringing water and sunshine, only to realize what the plant needed all along was love.
Please don't read it out loud.
Please, that one was... Oh, Olive. I don't know anything about a good story structure, but it's a safe answer, after all.
I guarantee it won't be any less mortifying when you have to draw it out. Page by excruciating page. So, how many pages will it be?
Probably the same as the script, right?
Try tenfold. It's a nice story, but without any dialogue, you'll need the visuals to carry it home. No exposition, no purple prose. Just a student and their houseplant.
The scale of it dawns on me. Each page having its own composition, the amount of expressions I'd need to draw, figuring out the pacing.
This isn't the writing club. You'll need to write it out in a different format to make sense if you ever pass your script off to an artist to draw.
Hello, Theo! Hello. Welcome.
All of this to say, if Caprice were here, you'd have failed.
Back to the drawing board, then. I sigh, dejected. Over the next hour, Wallace shares his notes with me, each and every page going right over my head. I'm so curious, Theo. Who do you ship Wallace with? I'm invested in this now. It's okay. We're in our silly era today. In contrast to my struggles in art, I can appreciate the simplicity of my other classes, where there's only one right answer to every question. I just wish the research material was lighter. With my bag roughly 50 pounds heavier than it was when I first entered the library, I make my way towards the exit, eager to get this burden of books off my back so my poor spine can rest.
Olive, is that you?
Anyway! There's more Millie content, I'm gonna cry. Hi. Unfortunately, a familiar pair of students provide a sudden change in plans. She's quick to grab my attention in as loud of a voice the library will allow. Her flagging me down after joining the art club is a surprise, though not as surprising as her conversation partner. I approach with a small wave, placing my bag on the ground as quietly as I possibly can as I reach their table.
It's me. Good to see you again, Millie. And, Wallace.
He gives a small nod, but not much else.
How have you been? It looked like your bag was going to snap you in half.
It's fine. Just being overeager, picking up everything for all my classes in one go.
Don't run yourself ragged. Part of the learning process is figuring out how to pace yourself.
You're so right, Millie.
A lesson I wish our club leader would take to heart.
Tell me about it.
Millie meets my sigh with a small chuckle.
So what's going on here? Leaking intel to the enemy?
I make a deliberate attempt to control my tone to make it obvious that it's a joke, which I'm sure only makes it sound worse. Millie's smile doesn't change at least, which is good.
You're closer than you probably think you are.
Now I'm curious.
Yeah?
I was in the writing club till Caprice and Eileen dragged me over. Literally. I feel like it needs to be said, so Millie and I catch up and talk about current goings-ons between the two groups now and again.
Waters may be a bit rough right now, but Caprice and I are still friends. Wallace has been kind enough to be my eyes and ears on the inside, making sure things are still going okay.
Huh. That's surprisingly tame, given how I've seen them act towards each other until now.
Guess just talking to her yourself is still out of the question for now?
If only.
It's fine. Being a double agent has its perks. When you're on both sides, you're on no one's side. The fence makes for a comfortable sitting place.
Well, I'm glad you found a place that works for you. I'm content not being part of the larger picture.
Too late for that, I'm afraid. Your fate was sealed the second Millie waved you over.
Wallace smirks with the confusion on my face. Millie's unwavering smile starts feeling a little more sinister as the seconds pass by.
Huh?
What we've said here stays with us. Millie has made people disappear over spilling less sensitive secrets.
Oh, shush.
Wait, nope. That activated a brain cell. No! Wait.
Oh, shush.
I want this. I'm recording this one. Wait. One day I'm getting this.
Oh, shush.
I want that. I love the delivery on that line just activated the brain cell. Oh my god. Wait, yeah, Thier, who do you ship Wallace with? Even though it was an obvious joke, I can't help but feel a small chill run down my spine. Granted, that could just as easily be attributed to the strain it was under moments ago. Love her so much, her face!
In all seriousness, Olive, help look after Caprice, won't you? I know it doesn't seem like it, but I really do worry about her. You just met us at a weird time.
Yeah, sure. I'll do what I can.
I want this woman so bad it's embarrassing, actually. I lift my book bag up, grunting a bit as I manage to sling it over my shoulder.
It's been nice talking to you. See you at the club, Wallace.
I pivot on my foot, placing my back to the two as I start making for the exit.
Oh, and one more thing.
And then I stop.
Like Wallace said, please don't repeat any of this. We're still fighting after all.
Her face! I'm fine. Neki and I both just sent it at the same time. Neki and I just sent it at the same time. Oh, Thier. I need you to do something really important for me. In chat, you're gonna press exclamation point and then type WC and hit enter. It's funny, trust me. We've all been laughing about it. Trust me on this. Okay, you need to do it again because Nightbot's fussy. If you do too many at the same time, it kind of gets huffy about it. So you gotta try it again for me, Thier. Tiger Paw! Iconic. What an iconic name. Tiger Paw and Yarrakit. I love this actually. What's a Yar? It's a type of plant. So in the Warrior Cats universe, they use it for medicine. That's your fun fact of the day. But yeah, it's a type of medicine herb they use in the series. Tiger Sour, sorry. But yeah, I wrote out over 400. I wrote 423 names myself of Warrior Cats names, and then made that entire thing so that when you do that, it gives you a random name. I did that. That was all me. I sat here for hours and just wrote so many. Rocktail. Yeah. There's a couple of stars in there as well. So there's a couple of leader names in there. There's a lot of different names in there actually. I kind of went a little bit silly. I want to add more to it. But I was cooking. And then Brookstream. And then everyone in the server, there is now a sectioned off area for just Warrior Cats talk because Siren started talking Warrior Cats, and then that was so it for everyone. And then someone was like, can we make a section for this? And I was like, yeah, right, here we go. It was so funny. Even without seeing her, I can visualize the comically sinister grin she's wearing as her voice takes the form of an evil sorceress or some such. It doesn't last though, as she and Wallace share a laugh at her delivery.
I didn't hear a thing.
I leave them to their club talk, my pace quickening just a bit. God, I fucking love Millie. God, I fucking love Millie. Do you know what I've noticed though? It's not doing the random, like, stop. I suppressed reacting to her comment by feigning interest in the ceiling. It seems the stakes are higher than I thought. Wallace and I's secret betrayal with the riding club gains another layer of complexity. I try not to look too obvious as I glance around.
What about,
Millie? She's
Back to skipping. I was gonna be like, if it stops here. But, like, I've noticed that it's not doing it again. Which, that's a little funny. It's a little silly haha for that. Yeah, it's not doing it, see? And you didn't even draw anything. Wallace is such a bad influence.
That's 3, though. I guess you win.
Okay. So yeah, it only seems like it wanted to stop randomly for Eileen. It's behaving now. Another day, another club meeting done. Sort of. I'm the first out the door today, eager to get home and crunch for a math exam tomorrow. Ah, okay. It's been hard to keep my other courses in my periphery lately, as the happenings of the club and its leader has occupied more and more of my mind. The woman ready... The woman ready to meet me at the stairway seems intent on throwing away the spare 10 minutes I had just secured, though.
Playing hooky today?
Oh my god, extra Haley?
Just getting a head start home to focus on other school stuff. The club's wrapping up soon anyway.
Necky's fucking eating right now. She gives me a quick scan, checking for any tells to expose some sort of non-existent lie. She eventually seems content enough to believe me, her eyes finding their way back up to mine.
So you have some time to talk then?
Sort of defeats.
I remember telling you before studying the Caprice path that the Wallace path was basically just the Millie and Haley friend path featuring Wallace. And then no one let me do that path! Her expression is unflinching. At this point, it feels like even finishing the sentence would be an exercise in futility.
What's up?
Just wanted to share notes on club stuff. Caprice has been dodging questions about it at home lately.
Guess that's to be expected with you just outright joining the writing club.
She responds with a shrug. Guess she had that one ready to go.
Probably. So, spill.
I mean, it's been going fine. Nothing really out of the ordinary as far as I can tell.
Really?
Yes.
She brings her hand up to her face, resting her chin between her index finger and thumb in thought.
Huh. Wonder what's got her so worked up lately then.
Her pondering lasts for just a moment before her eyes snap back up.
Right. I owe you writing info too.
As curious as I am, I really don't have any more time to spend on this.
You really don't. It's okay. Hey, can I go?
I'll take up your offer if Olive won't.
And with the arrival of Wallace, my early start has proven itself null and void. All I can do is slump my shoulders. Guess I'm in for the rest of this conversation now. Excuse me? I don't know if that's getting picked up.
Where's the others?
Still packing up. Keeping everything on a laptop makes things pretty hassle-free for me, though.
Girl has opinions today. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Holy shit.
Hey, Wallace, been a minute.
Several.
I never thought about it, but it makes sense for Haley to have met all of the club members by now. It still feels weird to watch them interact so casually.
The truth is that the writing club is still going through the usual motions. Honestly, I was hoping to get more information out of you by calling this a trade.
I didn't even want to spend the time on this information exchange to begin with. And I still feel disappointed.
Good to hear. Millie was talking about things being quiet when last we talked.
That's a very generous word for it.
That seems to get a genuine reaction out of Wallace as his eyebrows rise. Given how stern-faced he typically is, even that slight motion strikes me as unusual.
What's that mean, exactly?
Wallace and Haley would both be Shadow Clan, they're so cunning. No, real. I believe that. You told me that and I'm like, yeah, no, that works. That's absolutely correct.
The club's quiet in that there's barely anyone left in it. Is this news to you?
But Millie told me you had picked up a couple of members recently.
Technically true. Just me, though. There was another guy there for a bit, but he left pretty quick.
None of this comes as new or surprising to me, but Wallace seems dumbstruck. Given how he and Millie seem to talk about this stuff semi-regularly, I can't imagine how any of this slipped under his radar.
So who's still around?
Another signature Haley shrug.
Ignoring me and Millie? Just Tanya and Heather, and Heather's... well, you know.
The urge to put my placement theories on each person to their warrior clan alignment is so strong right now. Like, you're so correct about them being Shadow Clan. This is driving me insane. I've interacted with Heather a grand total of twice in my life, and I'm content to keep it at that. It doesn't take much of an imagination for me to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, I know.
Wallace closes his eyes and lets out a small grumble. It's hard to tell if it comes from a place of contemplation or frustration. Likely a mix of the two.
Sounds like Millie's been stretching the truth a bit.
You think she's embarrassed or something?
I don't know. She's definitely a woman with pride, but
Wallace looks genuinely uncomfortable, even allowing himself to fidget a bit. It's not much, barely noticeable, but for someone like him, it's like a night and day change.
Anyway, that's all I've got. I'll get out of your hair now. Sorry to keep you.
So true, Cap, so true.
yeah. Thanks for letting me leech off your conversation, Olive. It's been interesting.
Watching Wallace try to piece together the puzzle in his head feels surreal. He's never been easy to read before now. Though I'm sure he still wouldn't be open to talk about it, even if I offered.
Yeah, no problem. See you two later, okay?
Sure thing. Good luck on your... whatever you're going to be doing.
With a nod, Haley and I start moving again. Me towards the stairs, Haley to the art club room. Wallace stands motionless, deep in thought, until he's no longer in view. Aww, Wallace is feeling feelings.
Cross-hatching, right?
How am I
What do you mean?
Well, you just said. You meant something by that, obviously.
I think you're reading into things a little too much.
Oh, really? Ollie, what do you think?
This is my last time I'm ever gonna hear it. Let me have this.
I felt a little passive-aggressive.
Caps! We'll have to look into this book. No!
Alright, I can see that. I'll be direct then. You drag people around whether they like it or not. At least it's good for something. That said, Olive, if she's ever being too much, you need to tell her directly. Several times.
Are you really still...
You asked me 15 times.
I just like how Millie's voice actor is, like, you know... I just think the delivery of these lines are exceptional.
'Cause we kept...
Like... absolutely insane. God, every time, it just... You know? I'm losing my mind. I raise you. It'll never happen. Where is our next moment? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Absolutely. Absolutely correct. There are two people that if they were linked to this stream, my presence would be deleted. I cannot be perceived by two people that have voice acted in this. Where is the next one? I'm so ready for it. Give me Wallace. God, I love Millie so much. Here we go. As Eileen promised, or perhaps threatened, we've chosen to end the day with one last club outing at the usual pizza place. The first outing in which Caprice isn't eager to make herself the center of attention. Can't say I blame her. Heck, I can't deny feeling the same way right now. Eileen, however, is quick to notice and is the first to lift her glass in a toast to our relationship. An act I can only imagine as some form of revenge for her.
To our love-struck club leader and her new partner.
Allison's usually the first to shy away from needless teasing, but even she follows Eileen's lead, raising her cup to the air. Wallace seems content to immediately start sipping away at his, though. This is like a half-shared front scene? Okay. The drinks only look higher and higher up as Caprice and I shrink into our seats in unison. I feel the red on my face intensify as Wallace finally brings up his mug as well.
To all relationships in the club, old and new, here's hoping Caprice and Olive are even a fraction of how lovey-dovey you two turned out in the end.
That's enough to bring Allison and Eileen's cups down quick. Being the only one left in the air, Wallace gives a shrug as he brings his beer back down to his lips. Caprice and I pull ourselves up, Caprice immediately ready to take advantage of her second win.
That's a tall order. These two have a whole year of experience with all that mushy stuff.
You'll catch up quick.
Nuh-uh.
The two keep this back and forth going for a few more rounds, blushes becoming more intense with every return volley.
Thanks for the save.
Getting under Eileen's skin is a lot more fun than getting under yours. No offense.
Ugh.
None taken.
You aren't getting out of this scot-free, though.
The instant dread deep in my stomach is unmatched by anything else.
I'm a double agent, remember?
Wallace's smirk isn't doing anything to ease things either.
I don't know what to make of that.
She wants pictures.
Oh no!
And you agree to that? You?
I figured it'd be a good enough trade for prodding a bit deeper into what's actually going on in that club.
Uh-huh.
And I thought it'd be funny.
Wait, this is funny as fuck. There it is.
So much for finding Eileen a better target.
Wait, I'm sorry. I need to go back to something.
And you agree to that? You?
You. I love how Dot says you in that one. This route has some banger fucking dialogue, actually. I need that audio too. Like.
And you agree to that? You?
How do I acquire it? I want it.
And you agree to that? You?
Oh, this route is so good. MVP of real. God, there have been some real bangers. But should we start quoting that when we just? And you agreed to that? You? These are bangers today. God, I fucking love Twofold. Wallace only smiles as he digs around for his cell phone in his pocket.
Don't you worry about that.
He clears his throat in a loud, deliberate manner, successfully grabbing the attention of the rest of the table. The doomsday clock has started ticking.
I want to get a picture of the happy couples. Would you mind getting closer to each other? Ideally paired off?
Fuck. A mix of expressions littered the table, ranging from baffled to embarrassed to irritated. It's easy to guess who was the last one.
Since when have you been the sentimental type?
Since I was asked to be.
Yeah? By who?
I'm going to exercise my right to remain silent.
Yeah? In that case, maybe I'll exercise my right to break your phone.
You'll have to point me to that law later.
I think a photo would make a good memory.
Allison, please! Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Allison is quick to cling onto Eileen's arm. I'd imagine the sincerity in her opinion is equal to her desire to de-escalate the situation.
Ugh.
With something vaguely resembling acceptance leaking out of Eileen's lips, that just leaves Caprice and I. In fact, I had actually expected her to speak up sooner, but as I turn to look at her, she appears to be pondering something or other.
Since he was asked, huh?
She doesn't last much longer in her trance, a smile crawling onto her face as she brings her head up and scooches her chair closer to mine.
I'm on board.
Looks like I've been outnumbered.
You never had a chance.
Guess not.
She pulls me close and I return the gesture in as equal measure as I can. Looks like Eileen and Allison are in the same boat.
At least pretend to smile, Eileen.
Everyone is so pushy today.
Nevertheless, she complies. And with a small click from Wallace's phone, our final club outing of the year comes to a close. This would have been an absolute banger as a CG, holy shit. True! I'll buy it.
There you are.
Alright. Penguins! Oh my god. Gantai reference. It's this one, isn't it? Yep. Despite having the luxury of staying home all day, it nevertheless felt busy as I spent the day wrapping some last-minute gifts and making some small, miscellaneous preparations for the Christmas visit. Thankfully, with all that put to bed, I finally have the rest of the day to myself. I sink into the couch and enjoy the silence for a bit. Earlier, I caught myself hiding the gifts in my closet by instinct, despite there being no one to hide them from. I guess the holiday spirit has managed to grab hold of me. As my mind wistfully dances between a handful of insignificant thoughts and observations, a rap on my door breaks the silence I had been immersing myself in. With a small sigh, I pull myself up. Should have known better than to think I'd ever have time to properly unwind. Oh? I don't know who I expected to meet me at the door, but it wasn't Wallace with Haley barely poking out from behind his show. I wasn't expecting that either.
Hey, Merry Christmas-ish.
Yeah. You too. Ish.
I guess I stand there in my confusion for a second too long as Haley is quick to squeeze her way past the man.
Hey, can we come in? It's freezing.
Oh, right. Sorry.
I widen the door and move myself out of the way, and the two waste no time shuffling inside. On his way in, Wallace shoves a bag of jerky into my hand.
A Christmas gift from my folks' shop. Don't eat it all at once.
Oh, I'll try not to.
I close the door once they're both inside and toss the bag on the kitchen counter before returning my attention to them. I don't even know if it'll ever actually get opened, but I guess I appreciate the gesture.
I'm guessing this wasn't just a jerky drop-off.
No, try jerky.
Dang, you're good.
A little bird told me about your holiday plans.
I turn to face Haley, her demeanor totally unchanging.
Little bird, I assume.
Imagine not devouring a bag of jerky outside. I have never tried it before, and now this is making me want to try it. I want to love her for the past few.
2 for 2.
Cries a dog, but Neki, no. Neki, don't do this to me. Neki, don't do this to me. Take that back. You're insane for that one. It takes a substantial amount of willpower to not exhale in frustration. I don't mind talking to Haley about this stuff. We're in a similar situation and I really do feel bad for her. But I wish she'd exercise at least some restraint in who she decides to share info with.
Okay, so what's that have to do with your visit?
I will not, and that gave me an idea for you are evil for that. Are you gonna dog bird music note? You can't dog bird music note. That's insane. You're gonna be insane for that one. There is no way you are music noting. Ooh. That's insane. You're insane for that one. That is... Huh? How does that even work? What are you cooking? I am experiencing fear in real time. Okay.
Just wanted to ask if Caprice has been talking about it at all.
I hope this doesn't sound bad, but we have cell phones, you know. Could have answered that in a quick text and saved you the trip.
That was the original plan.
I needed an excuse to get out of the apartment. The vibes have been... weird. Sorry if it's a bother.
A rare moment from Haley, but as her deadpan delivery cracks just enough to show something resembling genuine remorse. It's enough of a slip to make me feel bad for my previous grumblings.
Anyway, to answer your question, nothing really out of the ordinary. She seems generally excited about it. Why?
Just comparing and contrasting. We haven't had a chance to talk much lately, but even I can tell Millie's a wreck right now, no matter how much she's tried to hide it.
Yes, the Mads Buckley song. Yep.
That's an understatement. With the club being the way it is, I think the Christmas thing is just a lot of unneeded stress right now.
The state of the writing club seems to be a sore spot for more than just Millie, as well as awkwardly shifts his balance around at the mention of it.
I could have picked a better time to bail.
I don't think she blames you for it.
Hey, I'm sorry to ask, but can I get a rundown on the writing club? I know things are sort of dire right now, but I wasn't really around when it, well, wasn't.
Wallace takes that as his cue to lean against the wall, preparing to start his history lesson.
It was a pretty rapid-fire change. Old club leader and a few other members transferred out and left Millie in charge.
That lives in my head rent-free, Theo. Like, it lives in my head so rent-free.
Seems like it'd be normal to expect to lose members like that.
Yeah, it is. The cascade effect was just a lot more severe than expected. The friends of the transfers ended up leaving, and the friends of their friends, and so on.
How about you?
I left pretty early on, before it was obvious that we were in the middle of a mass exodus. Millie knows her stuff and is more than capable, so I wasn't too worried.
You two seem to be on pretty good terms though, right? I'm sure she doesn't see you as part of the entire thing.
His eyes narrow in contemplation, thinking for a second before he continues.
She should. I'm not really any different.
You've stayed in contact at least.
Guess that's the end of Talkative Wallace. It was nice while it lasted. All the features on his face are pulled downward, painting a better picture than words possibly could.
Olive.
Hi, Juju! Hello, welcome. Please make sure you're resting well, and I hope you feel better soon. Please focus on resting. I can't believe we billed Tanya as Millie's best friend who isn't Caprice when it's clear. No, like, Wallace is kind of like a really good bro.
Yeah?
It's the holidays, so I'm not gonna ask you to snoop around or whatever. And I know you're going for Caprice, but just keep an eye on both of them, if you can.
There's no guarantee anything will even happen.
And here I thought you were a pessimist.
She got me.
Anyway, I don't have the luxury of fence-sitting like you two, but I'll do what I can. Even if they're fighting, it's sort of hard to support one and not the other.
Real? Enjoy the gay times. Thank you for joining us, but yeah. Try your best to rest. Try to rest, try to recover. Do what you need to do to get through the sickness. This somehow gets a small smile out of two of the most stone-faced people I know at the same time.
They've always been good at tangling themselves up in their own webs.
Not the sturdiest fence I've ever sat on.
That's the last thing anyone in the room says for a few moments. No one quite sure where to take the conversation from there, or if there's even a conversation worth continuing. Haley's the first to eventually make a move, straightening out her jacket.
Guess we better get going. Good talking to you, Olive. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, gotta get to bed early so I can help with some holiday prep at the shop tomorrow.
Okay. You two stay safe.
Yeah, same goes to you.
As my two guests say their goodbyes and make their way out the door, I can't help but read Haley's final farewell as an ominous one. Darren and Wallace would struggle to have a three-way conversation. Oh, Weeb, did you experience Dogbird for the first time? I'm so sorry. That's very psychologically damaging. I remember the
Your
first
place
time
looks lovely.
I listened to Dogbird, I kind of just sat there for like 10 minutes and just processed. Yeah. Dogbird hits so insane. All of Mad's songs are fucking wild. If there were ever songs that I could ever recommend, it is Mads Buckley. Because, like, I don't know how Mads does it, but oh my god, Wine and Wheat, for example, is so fucking insane. Do you want religious guilt? Oh my god. Oh my god. Insane. The stuff that they put, like, Mads. And Dogbird just absolutely broke me. I had that on repeat for months. Need somebody to get mad. Oh my god, Twofold, Mads collab. Insane. Break Mari, don't break me. Okay, so there wasn't a dialogue bit there. So it should be now that it happens? Yeah, look at that timing. I'm so good at this. Work was quiet, especially given the time of year. After the past few days, it was a gift I found myself extremely thankful for. The night at home has been even quieter, just me alone with my thoughts and some white noise coming from whatever's on TV. It's almost too much, going from one extreme to another so fast. It feels like the last time I've had a chance to just be alone with myself was a lifetime ago. Necky's right, you wrote peak. I'm fucking tracing for... clutches it in my hand. I have had it on repeat for the last few days. I say days as if it hasn't been weeks. But like, the last few days in particular... My god. The universe is always quick to correct itself. I managed to drag myself off the couch and to the door.
Evening.
Oh.
I can only wonder what he's here for. After yesterday's meeting, it's hard to say his company is appreciated.
Guess I probably deserve that.
His awkward shifting is accompanied by some muted rattling and clinking. I tilt my head downward and quickly find the source. A six-pack of beer bottles in his offhand.
Figured we could each take one and I'd leave the rest here for you.
If you're trying to make peace, you shouldn't be starting with me.
I know. I'll apologize to Caprice as soon as I can. But I want to talk with you. Specifically.
Hasn't it been a month? Has it only been a month? Oh, I have listened to that song way too many times. Oh, I've listened to it so much that it feels like, oh no. Huh. cannot help. After a moment of indecisiveness and a sigh, I move out of the way and beckon him inside.
You can take the rest with you. I don't keep alcohol in the apartment normally. Thanks, though.
Straight and narrow, huh?
He practically beelines through the couch, placing the cardboard beer holder on the coffee table.
You okay with drinking in here, at least?
Yeah, just don't overdo it. I don't have a spare bed.
As I lock the door and join him on the couch, he pulls out 2 of the bottles, passing one over to me after removing the cap. We both just sit there for a while, me taking the occasional sip while he takes large swigs at a time.
So, yesterday was something.
That's probably the best way to describe it, yeah.
Don't suppose you'd be up to explaining what went down over the holidays? Not gonna twist your arm about it, though.
I'm not sure where to even begin.
Caprice tried to smooth things over with Millie with a gift, and it backfired. I'm oversimplifying things, but that's more or less what it boiled down to.
Wallace wordlessly brings the bottle up to his lips again. How on earth is there even beer still left in there? Talkative as always. I want to tease more out of him, but it's hard to do so when grunting is half of his vocabulary.
Something wrong?
No. Just thinking.
He pauses again. He doesn't lift his bottle this time. It must finally be running low.
I tried to get back into the writing club.
That's the last thing I needed to hear after how yesterday went. Poor Caprice.
Try.
Told Millie I'd be willing to come back and help get things back on track. Yeah, she shot me down pretty quick, though.
That's... Huh. I actually have no idea what to make of that.
Did she say why?
She just said she'd manage, and urged me to stick with Caprice. Nothing explicit. It is not hard to connect the dots.
It's hard not to be frustrated at the revelation. I feel my face wrinkle a bit as I think the new development over.
Those two are so much alike that it hurts.
And Wallace quickly puts words to my thoughts better than I could.
Not just them, I guess.
Wallace turns his head to me, a puzzled expression on his face. Before I continue, I place my bottle down on the table, content with my 2 or 3 small sips of it.
Even if you were doing it to help Millie out, you shouldn't have tried to leave without saying anything.
Yeah.
The message seems to get across. He takes another small sip from his bottle, rationing out the rest of it.
When the club dissolved around her, it was a wake-up call. No one was there for the actual writing. It was just one big hangout for a large group of friends. I think that hurt her more than the overnight abandonment. Even the folks she has over there now don't really care about it. I figured if I could pop my head in and actually participate, it'd do at least a little to help calm things down.
What they're dealing with right now totally eclipses club stuff, though.
Yeah, I know, but little things add up. Yesterday should be enough proof of how important these things are to them.
He's got as good a point as any. It's obvious to anyone how much Caprice was bothered after how yesterday's meeting went.
Caprice would have been hurt by you leaving too, though.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad situation to be in all around. I guess I was just tired of doing nothing.
The bottle meets his lips for one last time before being placed back in its container, finally emptied of its contents.
It's hard to help one without the other.
Something like that.
I figured if Caprice got upset, it'd just be a temporary hurdle. She has a lot of people she can fall back on. Now, Millie, though. Well, there's Haley, I suppose. Tanya I'm not too familiar with, and Heather is... Heather.
Heather is Heather. Heather is Heather. He grimaces just recalling her name. The fact that I can so clearly remember her after just 2 interactions several months ago probably isn't good for her case either.
Yeah, I get it. It always feels like I'm not doing enough myself. We just gotta do what we can with the cards we're dealt, even if it's not much.
Wallace grunts as he stands up, grabbing his stash of alcohol in the process.
Terrible hand, though.
One of the worst.
I join him, taking my lone bottle in my hand as he makes his way to the door.
That was the last thing I could think to do, so I guess it's on you now. The burden of young love, huh?
Everyone in the club can help by being there at the start of the semester. For both of them.
A slight smile manages to sneak its way into his face, even if the beard makes it hard to notice.
I'll do what I can then. Have a good night, Olive.
Yeah. See you back in the club room.
Ooh. Obtained all other achievements. Thank you for following there. Wait. What do you mean I have all of the achievements? Wait, what do you mean I have all the achievements? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. That doesn't sound right. No. I've got 2 more to go, but thank you. Wait, here, I'll get it for you. Do you want me to send a screenshot? Here, wait. I'll show you what it's telling me. Wait, actually, I'll get a better one. There, that one will be better for you. I think this may just be a side effect of you playing in between major patches. God, I love Steam. After he closes the door behind him, I take one more drink from my bottle and pour the rest down the sink. Okay. Is there anything left for these two? Go to a via scene select. Nah, we're gonna go through it like this. I believe in us. We get to witness the merman again. We get to see the hug. Give me that hug. I'm so ready for it. Did you come in here just to eat really loud in the background? What are you cooking? Hi. Did you get let in? Arrow. The housemate very quietly opened the door to allow Cinder in, and then she was like, I will now proceed to be loud. In your room for that. Ian. Oi. Right. She's ignoring me. Linda. Nope. Oh, look at them. Ah! I'm in my feelings. I have so many feelings. Eileen and Allison are the first to say their goodbyes, leaving hand in hand. Wallace is ready soon after, sliding his laptop safely away in his bag. He pats me on the shoulder as he walks past on his way to the door.
Looks like we'll be doing this song and dance for a while yet.
See you there once the Bell House meetings start up?
Naturally.
Ever a man of few words, but those were the only ones I needed to hear. We're both content to leave the conversation there, so I give him a half-hearted wave as he goes to make his exit.
Hey, Wallace?
And he stops, shoulders shooting up ever so slightly before slumping down again. With all the reluctance in the world, he turns back to face Caprice.
Thanks for sticking around.
He relaxes at her harmless gratitude.
Of course.
He turns to face the door again. And he turns back.
Thanks for watching over Millie the entire time, too. It means more than you know.
Aww. Another elongated silence, though I'm not quite sure if it's just Wallace being Wallace, or if he's found himself at a loss for words. Things stay quiet just long enough to start feeling awkward before he eventually finds a response.
It's kind of fun being stuck in between you two, even if it ends up taking years off my life. I'm sure Olive would agree.
Way to put me on the spot.
Well, I'm not sure if fun is the right word for it.
Girl? Linda, what was that? I'm so sorry if that came up in the audio just then. She yelled.
Well, to each their own, I suppose.
And besides, they aren't in the middle of anything. Ollie is firmly right here beside me, thank you very much.
She grabs my hand to emphasize her point.
I guess they are.
With a small smile, he spins around to face the door one last time. Not long afterward, the room is finally empty, leaving just Caprice and I to idly pack away our things and quietly enjoy each other's company.
Just like the good old days,
From the long forgotten age of 4.
You're officially halfway done? Yeah! Wait. Let's go! Because we didn't save at the choice thing.
My heart's sinking.
Lightning
A
phase!
chapter of
We should have saved at the actual, like... Damn, Neki. That's crazy. Let's distract the building. Please! I can't believe this. I need to fix that battle one. I don't like how it's, like, worded. God! Jesus! Oh my god, baby. Spelled Haley's name wrong. L plus ratio. Stay put!
well,
This is Fisher and Mrs. It's funny because Fisher is technically a one-hit KO move. I call a group like that the riding club, really.
You can call it a club all
Okay. You guys having fun with the battle prompts there? Okay. Data. Wait, I didn't need to do it there. Okay, you know what? It's just good to have a spot there, just in case.
Sorry.
It's for me in this moment. Both of you doing Battle Heather, you're insane. To my surprise, it doesn't take long before our eyes reopen a newfound sparkle in them.
Tell me, where do you think a story should start?
Oh, I'm so in love with you, actually.
The beginning?
Wrong. A story
Wrong.
starts with a plan. A story without a plan is just a meandering series of sentences.
Wrong! I love you so much. Ah! Millie, my beloved. I love Millie so much. Okay, I know that's a line we know already. Why are you meowing so pitifully at the door? You're staying in here. How long am I going to be doing these sketches?
As long as you're writing, of course. It's a critical part of the process, no matter how experienced you are.
Oh my god, I love Millie so much.
I'm waiting for the bite.
I'm getting there.
They show up whenever they feel.
Cinda! Oh my god. Sorry, she's in a mood today. Alright, okay, so we're gonna go data and save. We've done Tanya. We'll go Darren and then finish on Heather. I should probably take the opportunity to talk with Darren. He keeps to himself so much that I don't often get the chance. And I'd like to think there's some camaraderie in being the two newest club members. He nibbles at the corner of a muffin as I walk over, taking exceptional care not to drop so much as a crumb. It's an impressive effort.
Hey, been a while since we caught up. How's it going?
Fine, I guess. I'm doing well in my classes, at least.
I wish I could say the same.
It's already feeling like a struggle to keep this conversation going, and we're only 3 sentences deep.
So, what are you hoping to get out of college anyway? You might be new, but it sounds like you have some idea.
It's not really exciting. You're gonna be disappointed.
Nothing wrong with boring.
Historian. I wanted to study history.
Yeah, that checks. He's right. That's about as standard as they come. Maybe that explains why he can write so quickly. The history courses I've taken were all about essays. Anyone who wanted to get anywhere would need to be used to writing them.
Suppose a writing club's a good fit for someone who's going to be drowning in essays by default.
I guess so. It helps. I like writing fiction too, though. They're different skill sets.
Yeah? How's the club been for you lately, then? Millie seems all over that kind of stuff.
He opens his mouth to answer, only to second-guess himself. He folds the little paper cup that previously housed his muffin and excuses himself from the conversation to grab another. I idly wonder why someone so studious didn't show up to the book signing. Heather's not exactly a mystery, but I really thought he'd at least come along out of duty if nothing else. Either way, I guess that's all I'm going to get out of him today. I'll check in with the other 2 a bit later.
There's quite a lot of food here. Why'd you make so many different flavors?
Oh, Millie. I can't believe this will be my last time on stream seeing Millie. Unfortunately, I can't. Especially not here. Where from my spot in the corner of the diner, I can see Mom rushing to and fro to fulfill a giant to-go order that came in during her lunch break. No, okay, that was just a change. Okay.
Good afternoon, Olive. Come right in.
Every time I see Millie's room, I just remember Lucky's stream where Lucky was like, "Where is her bed?" I just feel like Lucky. Like, that's all I can remember every time. Just, where is her bed? And it's like, it's right there, Lucky. Every so often, I find myself covering a shift for someone who's called out sick. I don't mind usually. These things happen, and the work's not so bad once you get into the rhythm for the day. There's a bug. No, there's a bed in the image. I swear there is a bed in the image. Because I had to talk about this with Neki already, and I was like, there is literally, like, right there. That way, I was like, that looks like a bed. But I just remember Lucky's, like, absolute, like, confusion. Like, looking at it, like, what? And I'm just like... Either I'm stupid, or this is funny. Today is different, however. Not because it's unusually busy, but the exact opposite. With a full staff on hand, which is to say, Mom is also here, for the expected Saturday lunchtime rush, a feeling of impatience permeates the entire place. Bored out of my mind from hours of cleaning an immaculate and quite empty diner just to fill time, I prop the mop up against a wall and pull out my phone for a quick break. Oh, there it is. Yeah, like, it's there! The bell above the door breaks me from my boredom in a flash. I fumble my phone into my pocket and skip over the door. The amount of time I have stared at that room for reasons I cannot explain why, trying to get every little detail memorized, like, I know that room almost by heart, and it's kind of insane. As I walk up to the entrance, I slow as I notice a familiar face. My mind crashes for a moment as the two worlds I live in once again intersect. My confusion shared by Darren, words stuck in his throat as he works through the same situation. This is the second time a familiar— Oh my god, Cinder. Girl? Are you good? You can't sit there. Okay. Here. My god. Get up. Get up. Is that what you wanted? Thank you. Okay. One more instance like this, and I'm going to stop thinking it's just a coincidence.
Oh, sorry, I blanked for a second. Come in. Sit wherever you'd like.
That's fine. I was a bit thrown off too. I had no idea you worked here.
Sorry, I just wanted to give my TM.
A friend from school?
I turn beside me to see Mom idling up, her ears apparently having picked up the conversation.
Yeah.
Darren gives an awkward chuckle, nerves getting the better of him.
You two can have lunch together. It's about your break time anyway.
Thanks, Mom.
Mom.
We're not exactly busy. It'll be fine.
Aww. Even if she weren't being insistent, it'd look bad to Darren if I protested staying with him too much. I reluctantly give a shrug and motion for him to follow. She skips off as we take a seat to give us some space, but I can already imagine the quizzing I'm going to get after he's gone.
Here for lunch? It's only about 11, isn't it?
I usually eat around now if I can. Lets me get in and out before the crowds start forming.
Tailoring your schedule exclusively around how to best avoid people feels excessive, but it's hard for me to not sympathize, especially with how hectic life has been lately. I take a look at the menu as he does, with as much earnest as I can muster. I've long since memorized it, having cooked every item many times, but there's little else to do as he scans the laminated sheet before him. He must be indecisive, moments ticking by as he reads and reads. I expected some small talk, but the diner's as quiet as it was before he arrived. As it becomes obvious he is stalling for time, I speak up.
Hey, is everything okay? You seem a bit quiet.
He looks away from me as he puts the menu down. He's distressingly easy to read.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised. Not just from bumping into you, I mean. Well, I guess it's sort of the same.
He's quick to catch himself rambling and resets himself with a small breath.
I'm just shocked to see how well off you've been handling everything in your life. It feels like you slipped into the club pretty quick, not to mention the job you've got here. You and I are like night and day.
His face sags, regardless of how wildly off the mark it feels to me.
If you actually believe any of that, then all I'm really good at is faking it. Well, you joined the club too, didn't you?
If you hadn't checked it out with me, I probably wouldn't have gone either. Honestly, if you didn't stick around, I would have bailed by now, too.
There's nothing wrong with going at a pace you're comfortable with. If you don't need to, you shouldn't have to force yourself into doing things you don't want to.
I do want to, is the thing. I wouldn't have brought it up with you if I didn't. It's just... people say the first step is the hardest, but the second step is what establishes the momentum.
Dang, you really do belong in the writing crowd, huh?
He responds with a nervous chuckle. I hope my attempts at lightening the mood didn't put him on the defensive instead.
Things are hard, but you make them look easy. Even if you say it's all an act, you pull it off so believably I can't help but be a little envious.
Admittedly, it's a skill you're more or less forced to pick up in a situation like mine. With Mom working as hard as she does for my sake, I've gotten pretty good at hiding away my anxieties to avoid burdening her. Or so I like to think, but she seems to see right through me anyway.
Even now, I was worrying about dealing with the waiters and rehearsing how to order over and over in my head. Then there was the writing club meetup with me getting cold feet at the last second.
Lucky said laugh when Olive confesses to Millie for this. Real? That's one mystery solved at least. Given everything he's said so far today, I'm more than willing to believe it was just a matter of nerves. He returns to his menu, scanning over the options. I'm sure he's already looked over a dozen times already. I was worried when he flaked from the club outing, but thankfully it seems like that was misplaced. Still, now that the actual problem has presented itself, the way forward seems obvious enough.
I wouldn't worry about that stuff too much. I promise it's not any easier for me either. For what it's worth, I'll be attending all the club meetings till the end of the semester, if having a friend there helps at all.
Hot take, Lucky needs to hurry up and finish Twofold. Like, I'm waiting for the next Lucky Twofold stream. I'm like, please, hurry up, stream it again. The menu loosens in his grip lightly, revealing his face to me again as it sinks down.
It definitely will. Thanks, Olive.
Is Lucky awake right now? Lucky is at work right now, probably. Ah! I love her so much! It's fine. Wait! Ah! No!
What? More than...
This right here. This right here. This right here. This exact... This here. I cannot begin to explain how much it lives in my head rent-free. Just, why do I keep coming back to these words then? There's no tug at my heart, no butterflies in my stomach, merely an itch, just below the skin, impossible to scratch. That is so fucking in my head, rent-free. This is genuinely my favorite piece of dialogue in this entire thing. Like, this, like, I cannot begin to explain how perfectly written that is. It captures everything. Because, like, it's so real. It takes away from, like, the normal stereotypical, like, oh, there's butterflies in my stomach, and oh, like, oh my god, my heart in my, like, throat kind of thing. It's just, merely an itch is such a wild way. Like, that is such an amazing way to word it that I've never heard anyone use before. But the way that I am eating that shit up and I'm like, I am taking this, I am learning from how this is written. Like, I cannot go a day without thinking about this line. Like, it's just so perfectly put together that, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I cannot begin to express the absolute sheer love for just this alone that I have. And I think this was one of those moments that really drove me towards this route as being, like, my personal favorite. Because, like, I love both routes. Both of them incredibly written. They're amazing. Everything about this, like, visual novel is incredibly written. Like, it's insane how perfectly this is. Like, I will scream for hours about my love for every detail in here. It is this line that really does start to kind of separate where my personal biases and favorite, like, towards them goes towards. Because it was really the first time reading through all of this, that was the moment that it really kind of just hit me. Like, all of the dialogue up until this moment, this was the line that just hooked me. Like, I had been enjoying it. I had been loving it. I was sitting here going, oh yeah, no, this fucks. I hit that line and I went, I am about to become insufferable. This is my next personality. This is going to be my next personality. And it did. And then the next scene, oh my god, everything about it is just insane. Like, and then when you hit them with the, like,
More than I deserve.
insane. And then you keep going through, and then it's just,
What?
That's the first time I've seen someone fall in love.
the way that that line is delivered. And then it just follows on with, of course. Like, that is so perfect. It's just, this is one of my favorite scenes because of how perfectly paced it is in that understanding of emotions and how easy it is to just accept that. It's, oh my god. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know I'm rambling and I know that I'm meant to be, like, on a time sensitive thing, but every time I think about this scene daily. This was the moment for me. This was that moment, moment where you just realize, oh, this is it. Like, this was it. This is where it all went uphill from here. Like, it's just so perfectly, like, done. Like, looking at it in a writing perspective, there is so much balance in this scene that really just sets everything going forwards. And I'm sorry I'm rambling. I'm so obsessed with this scene. I'm gonna shut up now. Anyway, as I... oh, I love her so much. God, I love her. Man, I'm in my feelings. Thunder, don't chew the monitor. Don't bite the monitor. Do not bite the monitor. Girl! Don't bite the PS5 either. What are you doing? And just like that, the semester's over. The worst of it, but it's behind me, and I survived to see another year. All that's left is to wrap up a few loose ends, and first of which being this club meeting, the last one of the year. To say it's been hectic is an understatement. Millie, flashing me a small smile as she quietly organizes papers around at the front desk, looks entirely unfazed by the ups and downs of the past few months. I wonder if the same could be said for the man sitting one desk over from me. Outside of our one-chance meeting at the diner, we haven't really spoken much outside of the occasional chit-chat, and he's missed as many meetings as he's attended. Still, his constant chipping away at some writing project combined with his friendly attitude arguably makes him the only one of us to really feel like he belongs here.
Hey, Darren.
Huh? Oh, what's up?
I just, wanted to say thanks. I was worried for the club at the start there, considering, well, you know.
He takes a moment to glance around the room, barren as it is.
Yeah, no problem. At the end of the day, it was mostly just an empty room to sit around in and jot ideas down, so it suits me just fine.
Thank you for joining us. Stay safe, make good choices.
I should be thanking you for the same thing. I wouldn't have lasted a week without a familiar face around.
I take a look behind me, already knowing what to expect. Heather never showed up, and Tanya left a few minutes ago. I really wish his observations weren't as painfully accurate as they are.
So, are you sticking around for next semester too?
Good question. Before even trying to come up with an answer, I swivel back around to face him, trying to ride my frown as I do so.
I'm not really sure yet. I think so. Well, assuming I don't flunk out.
Right, yeah.
His eyes sink down, focus turned back to his notes.
I'll probably tough it out another semester too then. No harm in it, so long as things mostly stay the same.
I want to say I'm happy to hear that, but in truth I'd really like for the club to end on a higher note than this when it comes time for Millie and I to start transferring out. Still, Darren's resolve shouldn't go unappreciated.
That's a relief to hear. Looking forward to it.
That seems to be a mutually agreeable stopping point for the conversation, as Darren confirms it with a slight smile before returning to his work. The next few minutes are quiet, the only noises in the entire room being those of Millie's shuffling of papers and Darren's mad scribbling. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. I find myself checking my phone now and then to kill time, rechecking the grades report on the school site, hoping the fact that I actually got through things okay sinks in sooner rather than later.
Hey, you two. I'm just about finished up. Ready to go?
I will go wherever you go. Millie pulls me out of my own headspace as I finish checking my grades for the umpteenth time.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you're ready.
I'll let you know then.
I'm gonna miss her. She starts to turn back to the desk before reconsidering, then shifting back around after only a moment.
Darren!
Huh? What?
He jumped a bit more that time. Poor guy.
I really enjoyed reading everything you ended up turning in this semester. Thanks for putting up with me.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. The little exercises you threw at us helped push me out of my comfort zone a bit, if that means anything.
Millie is practically beaming at this point. I don't think he realizes just how much she's been dying to hear something like that.
I noticed. The things you sent in early on are a world apart from where you are now.
Mari greeting Millie. The heat death of the universe couldn't keep me from your side. Yeah, let's go. No, me though! That's actually me. You're accurate. You're so right. With Darren left paralyzed on how to respond, Millie's eyes wander a tad, eventually landing on the paper he's been scribbling on all afternoon.
What are you working on, if you don't mind me asking?
As if caught for a crime, Darren's back straightens up and he pulls the paper closer to his chest.
Just some generic brainstorming. I was thinking I'd maybe start something larger scale over the break.
Millie's eyes could— oh! I'm a simple red panda. I see sparkly eyes and... You know what? I see sparkly eyes and I just gotta... Look! Like me for real! The red! The eyes! Quick show her sparkly eyes! Yeah! Yeah! Oh my god! 12's hair! Oh my god, you have sparkly eyes too! That's so crazy! Oh my god, we're like so in sync! Oh my god! I feel like we did this exact thing earlier.
Do you mind if I give it a skim? Only if it's okay with you.
I love her so much, actually. Oh my god, Sparkle Lights and Drama! Oh my god, me too! Yeah! He seriously thinks about the question for a moment, keeping both hands firmly on the page. After a couple of seconds, he relents, pushing it forward with without a word. I still... She's so happy! Look at her! I steal a glance before Millie retreats it to start her review. Even at a distance, his handwriting is immaculate, with various sections highlighted in numerous colors.
Interesting.
That page was filled to the brim. Don't tell me you're done already.
Not at all, but the initial outline has my attention.
In what way?
Nothing bad, I promise. I'm actually a sucker for alternative history stories. It's always fun to explore the what-ifs.
Right? It's so interesting to think about how much can change if even one small detail from our past is turned on its head and how far that can ripple.
I'm desperately curious to hear what they're talking about, but I have an annoying suspicion it'd fly right over my head. But what little I've picked up sounds right up Darren's alley. Millie continues her review, occasionally humming a note or two as she progresses down the page. After the initial comment, Darren seems more chipper as well.
So?
I really think you have something here. I was impressed by how thoroughly you outlined everything. I feel like I had a full understanding of the entire thing just from a page of loose notes. You saw my chicken scratch at the start of the semester. I could honestly do to learn a thing or two from you.
Not at all.
If you don't mind, I'd love to take a look at what you get done over winter break when classes resume.
I can bring something in, sure.
A satisfactory answer is evidenced by Millie's smile. She must catch me in her periphery, as she suddenly shifts over to my direction.
Oh, sorry for keeping you waiting. I just need to lock up a few cabinets and we'll be good to go.
It's not a big deal, really.
If you're okay with it, I don't mind locking the rest of the room up so you two can get going.
Darren's interjection chokes both of us equally, our heads turning to meet him in tandem.
But it's fine if you'd rather not. I know it'd probably be hard to trust me with the keys and all.
Not at all, if you really don't mind. Are you okay with dropping them off at my apartment before the end of the week? I can send you directions later.
Oh, yeah, sure, no biggie.
He couldn't be less convincing.
Then I'll leave it to you. I owe you one. Ready, Olive?
Ready as I'll ever be. Thanks, Darren.
Ready as I'll ever be. I dragged myself from my seat, shoving the chair underneath the desk after a quick stretch.
It's nothing. Happy holidays, you two.
I'm so in love with her, actually. The amount of passion that she has. Oh, I feel so many emotions right now.
Is there any way?
I love her. That entire scene. Oh my god. I keep thinking there's no way that I can love this woman more. And then, BAM! Another reason to love this woman. We know this part. You passed! Don't even try. I'm onto you.
Yep.
You got us. I'm so in love with them. You are both my entire world.
You never bother me.
I mentioned it before, but I wrote Darren and Wallace from scratch without any prior outlines. Honestly, you cooked. You absolutely cooked.
Jolly.
Like, I am really enjoying this route. I wish I had picked this one first. I'm not gonna lie. God, I love this woman so much. Good yawn. Hello, what's up? Okay. The tree! The tree! I'm so in love with them both. Oh my god, I keep looking. Ah! It's fine. Mr. Mo! It's just the what? Are you kidding? The fuck? Are you kidding? That's insane. Like,
We'd fill in some pages together with
I am genuinely, like, no, but like, I am genuinely sitting here like, oh shit, I wish I had picked this route at the start. I am not looking at my screen right now intentionally. I'm gonna keep talking because emotionally I can't stop! Anyway. Oh my god. Please! Please! Oh, I love you.
what?
Do you hate her?
I love her.
Ah!
I love Caprice. I always have. She's my sister.
The line
I
delivery.
hate this. Why can't everything go back to the way it was? I don't need our parents to be married for us to be family. I don't want a replacement for what I've lost. Why won't they understand that?
Ah! Oh, wait. Wait, I'm getting in my feelings again.
Hey, Millie? Let's head home early tomorrow.
I don't feel like I have a home to go to anymore.
You can stay with me if you want. For as long as you need.
I think I love you, Olive.
I think I love you too.
It's fine. It's so fine. We're 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 so. Meow. I have feelings. She sent out a message yesterday to the group to mixed reception. Heather was the first to reply, sending out a sarcastic "Yay!" Darren never responded, and Tanya sent in almost too many happy face emotes.
New year, new club, huh?
Right at the end of the session, Darren texted in several times apologizing for missing the meeting after a nap gone wrong. On her way out, Tanya invited Millie and I out to a bar. Millie declined, so here we are at my apartment home.
Meow.
A day of classes comes and goes. I'm still trying to get back into the swing of things, the winter break lingering on my mind, but college is slowly starting to feel normal again. If only there were entirely good news. The sense of normalcy is returning, sure, but that's due in no small part to the writing club continuing to barely hang on by a thread. I'm not sure why I was expecting some sort of miracle in attendance to pick back up, but those hopes were quickly dashed regardless. After what she went through over the holidays, she really needed just one day where the club came together. I knew she wouldn't get it, but I don't know. Millie's still offering to drive me to and from campus, so I'm glad we get to spend that time together at the very least, but I know it isn't the same to her. Just as I'm thinking about how I'm going to kill time until she's out of her last class, Yancy taps me on the shoulder.
Hey, you busy?
Oh my god. I want to ask how he found me, but with how much time I spent pacing back and forth through the halls, sorting through my thoughts, I guess it'd be inevitable if he'd been looking long enough.
Not really. What's up?
I just wanted to poke your brain about the club for a bit.
His timing couldn't be any better, or worse, depending on where this is going.
Oh?
Yeah. So...
His natural shyness is one thing, but the hesitation here feels different from the usual. Enough to put me on edge, at least.
It's not gonna last, huh?
I don't even know how to answer that. The easy answer is no, but I can't bring myself to admit it. Not yet.
What makes you say that?
Just, the lack of attendance. That's partially my fault. And also some of the others in general.
You can just say Heather.
Yeah. Yeah.
He scratches the back of his neck in some mix of resignation and hopelessness.
You want to help salvage it, right? Did you have any ideas?
That's not quite the direction I was expecting.
Why do you ask?
I don't know. I mean, you helped drag me in there, and I've enjoyed talking to Millie. I'm not sure if you see it the same way, but I, consider both of you friends.
Aww. He struggles to get the words out, but the sincerity of it all is enough to get a smile out of me. I wish Millie was around to hear it.
Well, I appreciate it. And I'm sure she would too.
With the offer open, I'd be a fool to not at least discuss it. I lean myself against a wall, trying to put my thoughts in order.
I've been thinking about it a lot. You can probably imagine.
Yeah, I bet.
And I've got nothing to show for it.
Oh.
His sigh is immediate. I say I don't know what to do, but there is one small thread I haven't pulled at yet. I'm just afraid to see what happens after the initial tug.
I have someone we could ask, though. Maybe.
As expected, the door's unlocked. It's dead silent on the other side too, so it's definitely not because of an ongoing lesson. I hesitate before committing to turning the handle the rest of the way. I could be making things infinitely worse by trying this.
Olive?
It's fine. Sorry.
Determined to not spook Darren any more than I have to, I take a breath and turn the handle. Oh. The room's almost entirely empty, but it looks the beginnings of a club meeting are scattered all around the desks. The only occupant is near the back, scrolling through her phone with a frustrated look on her face. Well, that's a good start. At the very least, she stops what she's doing and makes her way over to us. So the fear of just being ignored outright is gone.
Do I even want to ask?
Nothing bad, I promise. Millie doesn't even know we're here.
Oh, wait, I recognize you. From that meeting last semester.
I see my reputation precedes me.
Her dry delivery almost gets a laugh out of me. It's not the chipper Caprice I recognized from our first art class together, but she's not the hostile one I was bracing for either.
Darren Baker.
Caprice Shifton. Nice to meet ya.
The two shake hands, and when Caprice returns to her natural standing position, she seems a bit more relaxed. If nothing else, Darren's helped break the ice perfectly.
So what's up?
Well, has Millie talked about the state of the club at all? Like, honestly?
I know it's limping along. Why?
Well, I was barely doing that anymore.
Uh-huh.
So, I was wondering if you had any ideas on how to help. Since your club is managing fine, I mean.
Caprice closes her eyes and tilts her head to the side a bit, as if trying to shake a thought out.
We're fighting, you know. I'm the last person you should be asking about this stuff.
Which is why you should know how bad it is, seeing as how we're here.
An inhale, a few seconds, an exhale. Her head rights itself and her eyes open.
Back when the art club started, it was just Allison, Eileen, and I.
Right.
Ours isn't really officially recognized by the campus, so I'm not sure if it's any different, but I think your numbers are probably fine, even if it's just barely.
I've never seen her so serious before. No mincing words, no drastic shifts in volume, just her.
So why doesn't it feel that way, do you think?
At the end of the day, a club's just a group of people who share an interest and like being around each other. The first thing isn't even as important as the second. Millie has enough people to stay afloat, but they hate each other. It can't work like that.
And if we just made it so it was Millie, Olive, and I, it'd be a one-man show in a semester's time.
That's not an option. It's just a delayed death. Everything Caprice has said makes sense, but it really just makes things feel even more hopeless than before.
Olive,
Yeah?
don't repeat what I'm about to say. If you do, I'll know.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am! Giving me a quick scan, she must find something in my posture to earn her trust as she begins to speak.
Okay, I know how much the club means to her. I can't stand being in the same room as her right now, but I wouldn't ever try to take that away from her. If there's anything I could offer that help, I'd do it. Consider it a standing offer even. But as is right now, I'm sorry.
Olive trading card, let's go!
If anything comes to mind, I'll let you know, promise.
I know. Thanks. Your secret's safe with me.
Millie's lucky to have both of you.
Hey, same thing to you. Not a word.
Yes. Okay.
Scare the poor guy. There's the Caprice I know. Her sudden shift in volume causing Darren to jump. Even when I know to expect it from her, she manages to shock me too.
Good luck, you two. I mean it.
We nod and exchange our goodbyes, Caprice leaving us with a soft smile as we close the door behind us. The club is doomed. Things will get worse before they get better, but hopefully at the end of all of this, Millie will have Caprice. A measly one more scene. Okay.
Those contacts have been giving me a headache for ages.
I love her. Ah!
I think so. And
Okay, it didn't want to stop. Alright, okay. Okay. I clicked and it just ignored me. Got it. Nerded. Thank you. Hydrate. Okay. I'll hydrate. Delicious. Water. God bless.
Just a little longer. Sorry.
Okay.
It's fine. Don't worry.
A stretch. Okay. Oh. Ah! Oh, that was a stretch. Wait. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Game said not on my watch is so unfair. The last day of the riding club is upon us. Tanya popped in for a moment to apologize to Millie, but she didn't stick around. Even Darren didn't show. It's disappointing, but I think Millie and I understand he has his reasons. And so we sit on our desks, the last remnants of the club, staring at nothing in particular on the other side of the window. It's quiet. Quieter than the usual meeting. Millie's said little since we arrived to pack things away, but her face says more than any words could. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. Even if everything else falls down around you, I wanted you to have this. More than anything.
I tried, you know. At the end of the semester that it was passed off to me, almost every waking moment during the break was spent preparing.
I know.
Then, the day after classes resumed, I returned to a club a quarter of its size. After a week, it was an eighth. After a month, it was just Heather and I. Tanya only signed on after I started panicking.
Yeah.
I did everything right. It never even occurred to me that it was just a giant hangout for a bunch of pre-existing friends. That the actual love of the craft wasn't a factor in the slightest.
These one-word responses are awful and I know it. So why is it so hard to say anything else? I reach over to grab her hand. Our arms hang over a gap between two desks, her fingers grasping mine in an unbreakable grip. We sit like this for a while. Whether it's minutes or hours, I'd struggle to say. The only break in silence is the occasional sniffle which she valiantly tries to hide, as futile of an exercise as that may be. Eventually, there are 3 gentle knocks on the door. I turn my head on instinct, but Millie's head doesn't move so much as an inch, eyes trained firmly outside.
It's open!
With the confirmation received, the handle turns and the old door slowly creaks open.
Thank goodness. I was worried to death I'd miss you.
Oh, that's finally enough to pull Millie's attention away from the window and back to the inside of the room.
No farewell party, I'm afraid. It's nice to see you, though.
Well, actually, I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Here.
He makes his way inside, offering Millie a thick stack of papers, holes punched through the sides, bound together by twine.
The entire first draft, as promised.
Ayo? Millie loosens her grip from my hand, using her newfound freedom to flip through the pages.
Darren, this has to be at least an extra 100 pages more than what you showed me last time.
Sorry if it comes off as rushed. I had a sudden deadline I needed to hit.
I really appreciate it. If you don't mind, I'd like to give it the time it deserves and read it at a proper pace.
Wait.
Oh, yeah, take your time.
She finishes her skim, closing the makeshift book in her hands as she looks back up at him.
Is there anywhere I can reach you to leave my feedback once I get through it?
Yeah, actually. There's another paper underneath the stack.
Millie tilts her head, looking puzzled as she slides the stray piece of paper up to the top. It doesn't take long for Millie to recognize it, eyes widening after only a couple moments.
Darren, what?
I'm not going to ask you to change your mind. I definitely think you've earned a break from all of this. At the same time, I was thinking, it sucks. You having to be the one to shutter the club after it had been going on for years.
My curiosity gets the better of me. I lean over to Millie to get a glimpse of the paper that's causing so much fuss. A transfer of leadership request. It looks official too, with fine print and the school's logo. What on earth is this guy thinking?
So, you want to close it yourself, or...?
I'd actually like to keep it going, if I can.
Darren, that means starting from scratch. You'll have to advertise, sign up for the club fair, have to actually manage a group of people if it gets off the ground.
I know. Leave it there before I start second-guessing this, please.
I want to laugh, but instead I am left speechless. This is far outside of Darren's comfort zone. He may as well be in another galaxy entirely.
Can I ask why you came to this decision? Or even how?
Well, I was talking to a friend about this.
Right.
And they said that a club is nothing more than a group of people who share a common interest and like being around each other.
I can only hope my smile isn't too obvious.
I'm not sure I'm the right one for this necessarily, but if the club is down to just me after you two move on, that sounds like as good a time as any to start again with that philosophy in mind. Starting over can be easier than trying to salvage what you have sometimes, I think.
A deep breath, followed by a smile. A rarity for Millie these days.
Sounds like your friend knows her stuff.
Only time will tell, but no harm in trying to put her advice to practice, given the circumstances. Wait, their advice.
She got you.
Of course.
She got you, dude. She got you. She read that. She read you like a book.
You're free to come back whenever, obviously. And it's your decision in the end. I filled everything else out already, but I need your signature.
Millie looks down on the form again before giving a scan of the room. Her head swivels slowly, trying to commit every last detail of her club room to memory.
I'll need a pen.
It's my turn to chip in. I reach down and pull out my backpack from the floor, rummaging through it until I manage to pull out a pen for her. She takes it as soon as I offer it up, signing her name with a dramatic swoosh. She takes one more look at the document, freshly signed. Reaching at her own bag, she puts Darren's writing away and pulls out a keyring to replace it.
You'll need these too then.
Her voice finally begins to shake. Against all odds, the club lives to see another day. It'll just be him for now, but it's hard for me to not root for him. He takes the keys and documents without a word. His faint smile grows ever so slightly as he goes over the sheet one more time, ensuring all the T's are crossed and I's are dotted.
That club's got a long history, or so I'm told. You've got some big shoes to fill.
I know. All I can do is try my best.
It couldn't be in better hands. Continuing his check, he's left completely unaware as Millie pulls him into a hug, the tears starting in earnest.
Thank you. Good luck.
Is there anything else Darren wrote in here before I start rambling? Okay. I think one tiny bit. Hug. I think out of all of the routes in this entire thing, my preferred and personal favorite is Millie Route Darren friendship. I think that for me is my favorite in its entirety. Like, I know we haven't finished. I know we haven't done that other one yet. But I think that is it for me. I'm still in shock about what happened, really.
You and me both. I knew Darren cared, but I didn't expect him to take things to that extreme.
Millie fiddles with her braid. A gesture I've learned is something she does without thinking when she's stressed. She does have a few tells, as cunning as she is.
Worried?
About what?
You know, what he's taken on isn't an easy job. Especially with the state of the riding club right now.
Maybe that's for the best. He's practically starting fresh, so it won't have the baggage it's had for years. He can make the club into what he thinks is best. After all, a club is nothing more than a group of people who share a common interest and like being around each other.
She shoots me a slight grin. All that making us promise to not talk, and then Caprice turns around and does it herself.
Hey, sorry if this is weird or forward to say,
But
I'm really happy to see things working out for you again.
That's that. Well, it's for Heather, I guess, because of those who want to try. I think that is truly my ideal combination of route and friend. Like, of everything, that really hits in such a uniquely personal and special way that it's fucking insane. Heather continues to be an enigma. She plainly doesn't care for riding at all, and varies from ambivalence to outright hostility towards the club members. Why she's still a member at all, I don't understand. Given how antagonistic she is in the club, maybe meeting her on more neutral ground sometime in the future would be for the best. Millie notices me catching her eyes as she and Tanya stop talking.
Hey, Millie. Know where Heather might be?
She thinks to herself for a moment, but it's Tanya who speaks first.
She keeps her business to herself, but I've heard her slip about her media studies and journalism courses before.
That's something to go on, at least.
Don't know why anyone would give someone like her the time of day, though.
Well, it's just... I've been around for a few weeks now, but I think I can count the number of times I've seen her around on one hand.
Consider yourself lucky.
Heather, I just wrote based on an outline excerpt for the final scene, which I rewrote literally, I think, a day or two before we were— oh my god. Okay, you're real for that.
Tanya, please.
You guys weren't understand. Trust me, it's very important. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Millie's protest seems to do the trick in silencing Tanya's complaints, even if the look on her face makes it obvious she has a lot more to say on the matter.
Either way, I was just curious. Thanks for the heads up.
There's quite a lot of food here. Why'd you make so many different flavors?
It's not exactly how I expected to spend my free time, but at least the arts building is quiet enough to hear myself think. Darren is at least sort of reliable when it comes to attending club meetings and actually participating. Heather is more of an enigma. Why bother showing up when you so blatantly don't care for the place? Something has to be going on with her. Indistinct sounds can be heard from up ahead, the door to the nondescript room closed and the lights off. Suspecting I found my target, I walk up and gingerly open the door. The sight inside shows I've hit the jackpot as I step inside, Heather's head silhouetted by the projector's flickering light. I stroll up behind her to see the screen better. She looks over her shoulder, barely acknowledging my presence before going back to watching the screen. Looks like the movies from the 80s or early 90s going by the fashion and video quality. Not much more than a B-grade slasher or horror movie filmed on a cheap and unsteady camera.
Interesting taste.
Bet.
If you're going to bother me anyway, sit down and watch.
Oh my god. At least she's not showing me away. Oh my god, wait! Shit, I should have done this one earlier. It's fucking pink! It's pink! I settle into one of the uncomfortable chairs beside her and cast a glance beside me. She looks perfectly at home as she sits watching cross-legged, blowing bubbles with her chewing gum. Oh my god, this image. This doesn't feel like an intended use of the media room's projector system, but I suppose it isn't hurting anything.
Not really the kind of thing I'd expect you'd be into.
Shh.
As the movie takes her attention, I follow her gaze.
You came just in time for the best part.
Oh my god, wait. I was not expecting this. Since Winter UI is blue, I wanted a red-pink theme in the games. I am so happy you put pink in here, actually, like, for real. With the camera set ahead of her, a disheveled woman nervously steps through a wheat field in the heavy rain, a weak flashlight clutched tightly with both quivering hands barely piercing the night's darkness. When you believe me, why this is you're being treated with a sharp and ominous sound effect, a menacing, shadowy figure rears up behind her face freezing. The woman spins around and shrieks loudly, and then...
Oof.
Though obviously fake, the gore's enough to make me cringe a little. Heather just keeps on chewing her gum, entirely unmoved.
You can tell someone was behind a movie like this. It isn't some committee of suits looking at statistics and focus groups. This is a director's vision, right there on the screen.
Right down to the blood squibs.
What brings you around to this corner of the campus? You in the habit of poking your head into any unlocked room you come across?
Not at all. It's, well, more like...
You're doing such a stellar job pleading your case here, Apricot.
Why... Guys, hear me out. Guys, hear me out. Hear me out. Guys, hear me out. Guys, hear me out. Like... I mean, like, when she looks like that, like, that expression on her face, you know, it's kind of like, you know what I mean? When I mean...
Olive.
She turns her attention back to the screen before I even get the word out. Guess I should have expected that.
So, what's your deal anyway?
What do you mean?
Don't play dumb. Why's a well-adjusted, sensible person like you in some dead-end club like Millie's?
You make it sound like the writing club's on life support.
Isn't it?
I give a half-hearted shrug. She's not wrong, but that's a far more blunt assessment than I expected. I want to gently remind you that this woman would murder your wife if she thought she could get away with it. Okay, never mind. I take it back.
I could ask you the same thing.
If it wasn't my wife, I'd be like, man, let a girl have her hobbies. But like, it's specifically my wife, I can't excuse that. I need to be the #1 Millie defender always.
I have my reasons, just as I'm sure you have yours.
But the way she speaks has me twirling my hair.
Perhaps our wonderful club leader has won you over.
Oh, she absolutely has. There are about a dozen different ways you could interpret that. Though the smirk creeping onto Heather's face seems to imply the most embarrassing one.
She's nice, but I'm just there because I need the help to pass my writing classes.
No wonder she acts like your mom. You're the perfect little student for her to fuss over.
Insane.
You really don't like Millie, do you?
Heather sits there a while, chewing her gum. I shift a little in my hot seat. Just as I think she's tuned me out for her movie, she stops chewing and finally answers.
Who do you think was the first person in the writing club? Of those still around, anyway.
I did not like Heather at all, just when we had the script, but having the VO made her so... Yeah, no, I definitely think the way that Heather's voice is definitely... So, it's funny for me, because she's just giving Heather. Like, that's the thing. You named her so perfectly, gave her the perfect voice. This is just giving Heather. And not like Heather as in like, oh, Heather, but Heather as in Heather Chandler Heather. Like, that's the vibes she's giving. And I don't know if that was intentional or accidental. And I love that. Because she's giving Heather from Heather's. And it's that I'm twirling my hair. That's not a terribly hard question. Millie would have joined as soon as she could, and she and I are in our last year.
Millie, if I had to guess.
Oh my god, you're right. Did you not... Was this completely accidental?
That's what you'd think, right? It was actually me.
Her last name is Brooks. She was born to be a terrible valley girl. You have made the most Mari bait character. And it's so insane to me. Because, like, it is my love for Millie that is keeping me away from this woman. Because she's giving Heather's. I have no idea what you're referencing, so it's a coincidence for... Okay, so Heather's is a musical where, like, it's 3 women named Heather who are kind of... They're a little bit funny. They're not great people. It's a fun musical. And she's giving Heather Chandler specifically, who literally is my favorite character from the musical, with some of her best quotes being things such as, "Fuck me gently with a chainsaw." That's my favorite of her lines. She tells another character to get on her knees and beg for forgiveness. She is an absolute bitch to everyone and believes that she is top shit. Part of the difficulty casting her was people went too far into Valley Girl voices, but Lily nailed Mean Girl without the ditzier vein, just toxic. Oh, absolutely nailed it. It is an amazing musical, and like it's capturing that vibe, which I fucking love. And I love that this was so unintentional, but it carries the toxic Heather like vibes. This is feeding my brain.
Aren't you a year behind her, though?
I took a gap year. Little did I know the club would implode the moment I left.
Insane.
It was a real club back then. I knew everyone there, got on with them just fine. Not that I particularly liked writing, but the people there made it worth it.
The Caps, I recommend acquiring a slime tutorial. It's really good. I recommend it. The slime tutorial is good quality. I recommend it.
And it evaporated by the time you came back?
There is also a movie as well, but I do really love the musical.
Just a shriveled husk. Went from a couple dozen people to 3. Even that's being generous. That old grease monkey's only there to keep the head count above water.
There's a certain melancholic note to her last word, which is probably the closest to genuine open emotion I've seen from her. Not that I blame her, given how disheartening that'd be to come back to. Whether the blame for that could be laid entirely at Millie's feet, I'm not so sure about. Regardless, it's clear Heather has made up her mind. Mari recommends it's like... Yeah! Silence lingers as her gaze goes back to her movie. The killer now hunting down another hapless teenager. I can't see the appeal of this stuff myself, and this isn't helping.
You mentioned something about needing bodies for the club, back when Darren and I joined. That's the first I've heard about any rule like that.
There's nothing official from the college admin about when a club gets shut down. What is a rule is that every club has to have a supervisor and an allocated budget.
That's just what keeps a club going, and besides, the writing club doesn't even have a supervisor. I didn't see one in the art club either.
The art club's nothing but a group of freaks who somehow got a set of keys to hijack a room.
Oh my god.
As for the writing club, well, you ever see that old raisin of a man around campus? Eyebrows that could double as bird nests? Hard to miss if you know him.
He's one of my gen ed professors.
Opinions?
I usually like my teachers just fine, but he should have retired years ago. For some reason, he couldn't, and now he takes it out on everyone around him.
Got it in one. Never met a student who liked him. Not even a goody two-shoes like you.
Oh no, wait, the way that she said that line. Oh. Oh no.
Unfortunately for him, he got saddled with being the supervisor of the writing club. Now, what do you think happens when a club with a whole 3 people has a supervisor who doesn't want the job?
They dump it, I guess? If the member count is that big of an issue, how's it still around in that case? Wait, why do you know so much about club politics anyway? I remember checking up on clubs before, and none of this is written on the school site or brochures.
Same answer to both. I caught wind that the crotchety old fossil was going to get us shut down, so I persuaded him to leave it alone.
Wait, really?
How'd you do that?
Zeroed out the budget, and said he could keep sitting on his ass while the club managed itself.
Huh. So Darren and I just helped make more of an informal case for leaving the club alone. As long as we keep quiet and manage our affairs, the professor's lack of attendance will slide under the radar. Holding Heather's hand to prevent her from holding a knife at Millie, protecting Millie with my life. Which also means that Millie's paying out of pocket for everything. From the reference books to every perfectly organized pen, notebook, and marker.
I feel like I should be asking why.
That really doesn't matter. You should be thanking me for keeping your lifeline afloat for this long instead.
This is... Even when she's right, she's insufferable. Yes, Theo. It's okay, Millie is my one true love. Millie is my one true love, trust me. No one can ever replace Millie. Can you hear ASMR Mari and Heather's voice? What do you mean? Means Darren has to keep it afloat with the same supervisor? No! Insane. Baby. Oh, love of my life. Everything good in this world.
More than I deserve. What?
That's the first time I've seen someone fall in love.
That's fine. I'm just so in my emotions. I'm sorry. Every time I see that scene. Heather would call this part cringe, by the way. I would clock her in seconds for it. If she called that cringe, bam, it's on. That's the first time I saw someone simp. No! Spring break. Yeah! Win! After stressing about everything for so long, it feels unusual to only be concerned with figuring out how to kill time. The final club meeting of the semester was today, or it was supposed to be. Heather and Darren were no-shows, and even Tanya only bothered poking her head in for a few minutes. Unfortunately, there were still things that needed doing, even if no one was around to do them. After helping her clean the room up, she sent me away while she finishes organizing some paperwork. I would have been more than fine staying with her, but if she wants to be alone, I won't argue with her. Also, Heather would call you a dog. Don't worry, she has a collar ready. Excuse me! I am not a dog. Excuse me. I am no dog. I am a red panda. I do not have a collar ready. My solution is to aimlessly wander the halls. Our college campus isn't the best place to find entertainment, but no better ideas crossed my mind. That is, of course, until my meandering about eventually leads me to the AV room. I wonder if she's even on campus anymore. I put my hand on the doorknob, not entirely positive I want to know the answer. Her not being there is actively better for everyone's mental health. At the same time, for whatever reason, Millie seems to consider her constant flaking to be a bad thing. That being enough to steal my nerves, I push down. There's no resistance and the door opens. Huh. Huh. Hey, huh? Huh? What? I feel my heart sink. It's only the back of their heads, but I immediately spy not one, but two clubmates watching some out-of-season horror junk.
Not the right floor, not even the right building. You two forget where the writing club meets?
As expected, Darren jumps from his seat, standing at attention. Heather is arguably even more predictable, turning her head in annoyance before pausing the movie and taking to her feet as well.
Very observant.
Why are you still here if not for the meeting? The semester's over. Is it really just a matter of spite?
Correct again. You're just a natural-born intellect, aren't you?
I guess I should have expected as much from her anyway. My eyes turned to Darren. I really didn't expect this kind of thing from him, especially after this morning.
That's not what happened at all. I was going to go today, really.
And?
I got ambushed.
If it was anyone else, I'd brush it off, but that response feels oddly in character for him.
I was actually heading over when Heather intercepted me and dragged me here instead.
Was this really a more appealing invitation than the club?
No. I mean, she literally dragged me. By the arm.
Insane. Not that. I guess that's as good as confirmation as any. The only thing I can think to do is sigh.
I will never understand you.
And that's such a disappointment. I was really hoping I'd have a fellow agent in chaos before Millie dug her claws into you.
What part of me screamed Agent of Chaos to you exactly?
Oh, Dot's delivery of that line was fucking insane. Cool. That one was crunchy. I loved that. Like, crunchy positive, as in, like, I'm... She gives me a quick once-over, her previous smirk quickly turning to a frown. Now I want to listen to it again.
What part of me screamed Agent of Chaos to you exactly?
Oh. Yeah, that's a good one.
What part of me screamed Agent of Chaos to you exactly?
Thank you for this blessed food.
Pickings are slim nowadays. You take what you can get. As should be evident by now.
She tilts her head in Darren's direction.
Wait a sec. I don't have anything against Millie at all.
Excuse me? You flake even more than I do, which is quite the accomplishment.
That's something else entirely. You've got the wrong idea.
The frown sinks even deeper. This woman is entirely beyond comprehension. The last time we spoke one-on-one, she was talking about how she's been trying to keep the writing club afloat. What gives?
Then all you're doing is interrupting my alone time. Out. Both of you.
For alone time that she forcefully dragged another person into. Darren doesn't need any more encouragement as he strides past me and out the door. I'm not so eager, watching as Heather returns to her seat and resumes her film. Not another word from her. No snark, not even an acknowledgement of my presence. I return the gesture in full, quietly making my exit. Darren's still waiting outside, much to my surprise. I expected him to be halfway home by now with how fast he booked it out the door.
What's up?
I just wanted to apologize for how this entire thing went down, I guess. I know you have personal stakes in this now, too.
Guess it's hard to deny that, given the last few minutes. Even if the initial shock of him being here was a downer, it's at least a relief to see my gut reaction was wrong. Thank God, I was worried for a moment.
You and Heather painted a pretty complete picture of what happened. I don't blame you.
I'm so glad to hear that. You wouldn't believe.
He's noticeably more at ease now. As his posture relaxes, his head begins to sink, a curious expression on his face.
If she showed up on campus just to spite Millie, how did she plan to do that? If you didn't show up, I doubt anyone would have ever even found out.
That's... huh.
I face the door, not sure what I'm expecting to get from it. Was she planning something after the fact? Was it a lie? If it was, then why is she actually here?
Well, whatever her plan was, it's not happening now.
Guess not.
Both of us continue to stand there, not quite sure where to go from here.
I'm gonna get going. Tell Millie sorry for me too, if you don't mind. I'll try to be better about showing up from now on. I promise.
Yeah, gotcha. I'm sure she'll understand. See you around.
And with a small wave, he's gone. I should probably start making my way back to the writing room soon too. As I start my short journey back, I can't help but wonder how Heather would feel learning of Darren's commitment to showing up more as a result of all this. Ow. You got me in the first half there, I'm not gonna lie. I was very worried to start.
Is there anyone...
But I'm very relieved. I passed! God, I love Millie. Darren and Wallace sweep. So real, actually. Like, they have been my favorites for, like, friend routes. Like... insane. Like, I think out of everyone, for Caprice, it's definitely Wallace, and for Millie, it's Darren. Like, just straight up. Bros just hit different. Real, they do. Those two are so tragic because we knew they'd be the last ones most people play, if at all, because people, you know, were probably gonna avoid the dudes. Yeah, no, and I'm regretting that so hard because, yeah, no, I fell into that too. I struggle to get emotionally attached to male characters, but, like, I am very attached to the both of them. Their stories definitely worked the best in terms of friend routes. They are the most fulfilling. Which is insane, because I loved the other routes so much, but, like, theirs just hit so different. Lucky is based for that, actually. Even internally, I wrote Wallace and Darren only because no one else knew what to do with them after outlining the other 4. Honestly, even with that knowledge in mind, like, you really did cook the hardest with them. Like, it's kind of incredible how beautiful their stories are. And I really do love that, like, there is a life where the writing club survives. Like, that's really what's sticking with me the most. Despite how I started last semester, I was actually looking forward to classes starting up again. Any sort of return to normalcy after how the holidays went would be welcome. And then the process of getting my textbook started. The library is filled to the brim with students, lugging around piles of books larger than themselves. I was hoping to get ahead of the curve, but it looks like literally every single other student had the same idea. I heave a heavy sigh. My collection of books is modest compared to last semester's extra workload, but that isn't going to get me out of here any faster. Some students have come to the same grim realization, choosing instead to simply take a seat and wait out the crowd. Thinking that may not be such a terrible idea myself, I start scurrying for an available seat. Unfortunately, the tables are just as crowded as the rest of the library. I eventually find a chair to call my own, with a couple of students having a conversation between themselves at the otherwise empty table. What an unusual couple of students they are.
Hey, Haley.
Interesting. I managed to catch her attention despite the best efforts of the hustle and bustle of the library in the background. She leans against the back of her chair, flagging me over.
Feel free to take a seat. We're probably gonna be here a while.
Worries beyond real. Needing no further prompting, I accept her invitation, placing my small stack of books on the table in front of me as I do so. Finally, properly settled in, my attention turns to Haley's conversation partner.
Wallace.
Right. Sorry, it's been a while.
Don't worry, I get you.
Good talk.
You could have worse timing. We were actually just talking about the writing club.
Oh?
Millie's a friend of mine, so I try to keep an ear on the ground when I can. Which means I know everything about you, obviously.
Insane. If I doubted he and Millie had history, I definitely don't now. They're both so good at effortlessly being terrifying when they want to be.
Relax. It's all positive. Mostly. Though there's bound to be some bias there from Millie's point of view.
Insane. I dig my face further into my scarf.
Anyway, about the club?
I love them being besties, actually.
Dead in the water, despite my best efforts.
Hello? An interruption that simultaneously puts the three of us on edge as soon as we place the voice. As if on cue, Heather makes her grand entrance, plopping herself down in the other empty chair beside me, tossing her books haphazardly on the table.
That seat's taken.
Yeah.
Oh, really? By whom?
By literally anyone else.
Ooh, vicious.
Heather brings a hand up, curling it up into a claw before giving a small swipe, all accented by the smirk that's permanently stuck on her face.
I'm like Apple here, just an ordinary member of the writing club. If you're talking about the state of the thing, I think I'm entitled to listen in.
Apple!
Feel free to listen in, a few tables over, without the commentary.
You wound me, Wally.
Oh my god. She's managed to put the entire table on lockdown in a matter of seconds. If nothing else, she seems to have a genuine talent for that. She said Olive in the script originally, and we changed it to Apple. Thank you for changing that. Thank you for that. Thank you. Do you think they had a situationship, Haley and Heather? I love your /J's. You're funny for that one. I can make a really funny joke here. I can make a really, really funny joke here. Because, like, I can bring in quadrants. Anyway.
I'm not really in the mood to listen to you brag about how much you screwed the club over.
I did no such thing. My target was exclusively Millie.
What the? Actually, no. I don't care.
Heather's been keeping the club from closing down behind the scenes, negotiating with the people who manage the budget and stuff.
A couple of surprised expressions and one scowl at the table. I'm tired of the oh my god, I can't read! And Heather's lost any kind of goodwill from me a while ago.
Didn't think you had it in you to snitch.
But Haley said
Yeah,
that's free.
well, you're constantly finding new ways to surprise me too.
If that's the case, then what the hell is the point of all this? What's your game?
Heather responds with a scoff. One of the 3 expressions she's able to pull off. I wouldn't be surprised if she ended it there, and for a while it seems like she's going to do just that. But eventually she finds her words.
I told you exactly why. Millie's the problem, not the club itself.
Without her, there is no club.
Managed just fine without her before, I seem to recall.
I catch myself clenching my fist. How can this woman look so nonchalant when she's sharing a table with 3 people who can't stand her? I guess this is just the kind of element where she thrives.
So what? You're keeping it around as long as possible and tearing down Millie all the while? That's torture.
This somehow manages to get under Heather's skin when nothing else can. She straightens herself, no longer leaning lazily on the table.
Don't assume things, Brad. I genuinely, sincerely loved that place. I may have only been there for a semester before Millie took over, but it was the best time I had in this hellhole.
Anyway. She lost herself for a moment, but she manages to regain her typical composure. At what felt like just inches away from the peak, she deflates back down, resting her head on the back of her hand.
All she's good at is shoving people away. I'm just trying to return the favor.
For the love of... Heather, we've had this discussion. What do I have to say to convince you it was all just a matter of unfortunate timing? The popular members left, so people followed suit. The only reason I left was because of Eileen and Allison.
I wonder...
She seems to give it genuine thought for a moment, given that this supposedly isn't a new occurrence, though. I'm not sure how much stock I should put in that.
Who knows? Maybe you could have convinced me if it was an isolated incident.
Excuse me?
I remember the overachiever from before she was playing leader. The only time she'd ever skip out on a meet was when her roomie needed something. Pretty much inseparable, as far as I remember.
Hey!
And then I take my little break, and after I return, I'm met with an empty room and a rival club whose leader can't stand Millie. Weird coincidence.
You don't have the right to talk about that. Like, at all.
Even Haley's deadpan nature is starting to crack. I'm not sure how much more I can take of this either. For her to be so wrong on every single front, but unable to come to terms with it.
Seriously. Why do you even care about the actual club? If you're upset about your friends leaving, go get their phone numbers or whatever.
Interesting advice. Have you tried passing it on to your girlfriend, too?
I feel a shout rising in my throat, but I manage to restrain it once I remember where we are, instead settling for a harsh whisper. Nuri, shout!
Millie wants the club to succeed because she actually cares about the writing side of things, not because it's where her old buddies chose to crash. Whatever twisted common ground you think you two have, you don't. If the club eventually goes under, Millie will still have people who care about her. You could have said the same if you chose to try and reach out to your friends instead of dedicating your life to spiting her for half a year.
The four of us go silent, allowing ourselves to drown in the chatter of the crowded library. I keep waiting for anyone else to kick up another argument, but the only noise that comes from any of us are Heather's fingers tapping lightly against one of her text covers. Eventually, our unwelcome guest finally picks herself up, throwing her books under her arm.
Well, I'm tired of sitting around. See at least one of you losers later.
So none of that stuck, huh? Well, whatever. The three of us are eager to see her go, watching in unison as she disappears from sight before properly breathing a sigh of relief.
I can't stand her.
No kidding.
I pinch the bridge of my nose as I glance over at the seat she had only recently been occupying, the only thing on my mind being the hope that I haven't made things harder for Millie. Angel. Olive, baby. She learns nothing, Slay Queen. I'm sorry, that one got me. I need that one, thank you. This is for me. God, insane. I hope Olive gets to absolutely fucking yell at her. The final meeting of the writing club is an unsurprising solemn affair. The energy Millie had on display at our first meeting is all but spent, and the others don't have much to say on the matter. One thing that struck me, though, is that it's a full house. Relatively, anyway. Everyone managed to make it, something I haven't seen in who knows how long. Not much writing talk happens. It'd be unusual if that wasn't the case, I suppose. It's a quick get-together, mostly a formal announcement of the closure. And just as quick as it began, it ends. As the three make their exit, Tanya and Darren sharing their condolences and goodbyes, the entire meeting adopts the feeling of a funeral more so than an extracurricular activity. Millie and I stand together, hovering around the door for a while, Millie idly playing with the room's keys.
Well, we should start packing things up.
We can stick around a while longer if you'd like.
No, best not to dwell.
Please dwell if it'll make you feel better. Dwell as long as you need to. My silent hopes go unanswered as she makes her way to the desk and begins filing her notes away. I follow suit, stuffing my books and folders into my bag. Absorbed in organizing our stuff, we're both given quite a jump as the old door creaks open again. I turn around and am met with the one thing I absolutely did not want to see.
Still at it,
The last thing Millie needs right now is an extra heaping of salt in the wound.
Get lost.
Relax. I won't be around long, I assure you.
Did you leave something behind?
In a manner of speaking, I suppose.
She wastes no time sauntering her way to the front desk opposite to Millie. She rests her palms on its surface, leaning in, staring into Millie's eyes.
I tried so hard to get rid of you.
Hey!
You were nice enough, if a bit starry-eyed at the start. As another cog in the machine, you were harmless. But then I duck out. Not for long, just half a year to change my career path and take a break from it all. Not a big deal. At least when I got back, I'd have a home to return to.
Heather.
And when I finally returned, all the people who made this tolerable were gone. In their place was the new queen, sitting atop her throne in her empty castle.
After semesters of feigning patience and taking all of Heather's vileness on the chin, Millie's facade finally starts to crack.
People transferred out and followed their friends. What did you want me to do?
Millie Decker. King hit her. It's a big moment, or at least a cathartic one, but Heather won't allow herself to be vanquished by something so authentic and sincere. She still wears that smug little smile, Like, everything is always going her way. Even as the club she fought so hard to preserve dies.
Leave.
Would she just stop?
No matter how much I try to ramp up the sternness of my tone, it's as if I don't exist in her world right now. I desperately want to drag her from that desk, and it's becoming harder to resist the urge. King hit! King hit! King hit! I don't support king hits! Let it be known, I don't support king hits, but this is an exception to the rule.
If you were out of the picture, I could pry the club from your hands and try to salvage it. It felt like the only thing I could do for the people who left me behind.
That's what I...
Yep, and you failed. You tried so hard to. But the deck was stacked against you. And I can say that as one of the cards. But you still failed.
Millie, don't cry, baby. Even from across the room, I can see the tears starting to form in Millie's eyes as Heather confronts her with the state of things. That serves as my breaking point as I start making my way up to the front.
I'm sorry.
Don't say sorry! Millie!
Nope, I'm not done.
Oh my god, I'm about to fight you, actually.
The club is gone. And the second you lock those doors, all the memories and friends made here will be null and void. It will have amounted to nothing. This place that we fought over, stressed about, made each other miserable for. It's gone.
Or were you not pulling at your hair? She's past the point of no return. I'm gonna fight her. This was it. This was the... Okay, no, she's gone too far moment. I no longer enjoy this character. I'm going to punt her.
I should be angry. I should be cursing your name up and down the halls by now. Do you understand me? It would be the right thing to do. Because it's what you deserve for screwing up everything.
Alright, I've heard enough.
That's funny, because I don't think I was talking to you.
And I don't remember asking you.
Olive, it's fine.
Millie. I expected to get interrupted, but not by Millie. The shock of it is enough to stop me in my tracks immediately.
Heather.
Beat her ass.
I wasn't
Olive and I are dating. Do you think we don't talk? All of this. Everything. You keeping the club going despite everything, trying to drag people away from it all the while, all that talk about the old guard that you know isn't true. None of it makes sense. Everything you say, everything you do contradicts itself. But I get it.
Heather and I share a dumbstruck expression, though I imagine it's for different reasons.
You're grieving. You've been grieving. The world doesn't make sense, and it feels impossible to try and fix that.
Millie.
It's so easy to lash out. It's even easier to make up a villain in your head and focus all that frustration on them.
Oh no.
Even if it's someone you care about. The person you want to lean on more than anyone else, but just can't.
I promise you, you're entirely off base there.
Trust me, I'm aware.
A huff from Heather in response to Millie's snark. Part of me wants to laugh, but the desire to let Millie continue outweighs that. She's talking to herself as much as Heather at this point, and I can only hope she's listening.
My point being, I guess, is that, well, I'm not a very interesting antagonist, and you're a pretty boring villain.
Baby, you could be the most amazing antagonist ever, actually. Like, I believe in you. Anything you want, you can achieve. If you want to be the villain, Millie, I think you would be absolutely incredible. You'll also be the best hero, but like, whatever you want, baby. I support you 110%. But yeah, no, it should be a boring villain, you're right.
The club both of us were stressing out about for so long is gone. It stings right now, but I'm gonna try my hardest to put it behind me the second I walk out that door.
You're taking the wrong picture in this. No.
For better or worse, this dynamic we have, it's just not worth it anymore. There's no end goal to it.
A short sigh followed by a long pause.
I'm choosing to just take this weight off my shoulders and just try to remember what fond memories I made here. I'm not going to tell you to do the same, but I highly recommend it.
Heather maintains her position for what feels like minutes, managing to not once break eye contact with Millie. Eventually, though, she cracks as her elbows start to bend.
I am not gonna apologize for how I treated either of you. I don't care.
Insane.
But if you wanted to reach out later, I'll lend you an ear.
Insane? Millie smiles one of her bright smiles. After what feels like so long, it comes as a relief to me to see it again.
I appreciate that, Heather. If it's all the same, though, I'd prefer to never see you again.
Yeah! Oh my god. Originally, Millie took her up on this offer, but I wanted the two to just mutually cut each other out. Fuck. No, I'm so glad that you did that, actually. No, thank you for writing it like that. Thank you for this. This is the perfect one. If she had taken her up on the offer, I would have been like, no! This is perfect. I love this. This is perfect. But I prefer to never see you again. So perfect. So iconic. So perfect. Oh my god. Despite the words, her tone is free from any malice or sarcasm. Instead, presented as a warm farewell. Heather shockingly matches it.
That works for me. See you around then, Millie. It's been fun.
Agree to disagree.
With a smile or smirk, it's hard to tell. Heather finally lifts herself from the desk towards the door. But not before turning my way one last time.
I think I finally see what you like about her.
Oh?
Glad to hear it. See you never.
See you never. I don't like Heather. I don't think I will ever like Heather. But ultimately, I don't think she cares if she's liked or not, and I don't think she cares about being hated either. If anything, she was a victim of circumstance. There was something she loved, and for reasons outside of her or anyone else's control, it was taken away. She fought, and it all amounted to was lashing out. All she wanted was for things to go back to normal, for her friends to come back, and for the riding club to be a happy family it once was. But it can't. It never can. So life goes on. For us, and with any luck, Heather too. Heather gets told off once and immediately goes, oh yeah, she's real for that. She's a little silly for that one. Have I 100%'d it? Yeah, I've 100%'d it, let's go! Woo! 100%! We're winning! We stay winning! I think this is the first ever of the end I've 100%'d. I can't say first game because Horizon exists. Horizon Zero Dawn was the first game I 100%'d. Seems rewritten last second for the rest. The vibes are funny. I like the vibes in that one. I think this is the second game I've ever 100%'d. Because, like, Pokemon, I've 100%'d the dexes, but there are some things that I haven't completed maxed out because then you have your full ribbons and everything. So, like, this would be the second game I've 100%'d because Pokemon doesn't count. That's crazy. Yeah, no, like, I'm thinking of every, like, game I've ever played. Horizon was my first one. It was for the best for everyone involved. I wouldn't call it a wound at all. Hey.
Well, that's what you really feel.
I do. Honestly, the conversation with Heather made the decision worth it. Both of us finally said a lot of things we should have said a long time ago. Maybe she can finally devote energy to being happy. I hope she can.
Oh, Millie.
Yeah, I hope so too. Hey, sorry if this is weird or forward to say.
But
I'm really happy to see things working out for you again.
That's it.
You
I'm
deserve
done.
it.
I'm done. I'm done. No, wait, I'm done. Fuck. Shit. Yeah.
Well.
That was an iconic woohoo, Cinder. Thank you. Oh, man. I'm feeling my emotions now, actually. Holy shit, what do you mean that's it? This doesn't feel right. What do you mean? Hydrate, thank you. What am I meant to do with my life now, actually? There we go, no more Millie. Millie is eternal. So the art book stream. It's true. If we do an art book stream, that is so right. That is so correct. Think about Millie. Millie's gonna be in my thoughts forever. Like, how am I meant to be normal after this? What is the Highway Blossoms reviews? Wait. I have that. Because that was gonna be next on my list. That is literally what we're starting, like, next week. Sorry, I'm looking for the reviews now. Oh, whoa. Insane. Anyway, my Twofold. Darren, Lost Heatherstein, Tanya, rest of Heather and Wallace, Eileen outro. No, you're real. You're absolutely real for that. I definitely think, and I know I've said this like 3 times already. Probably more, actually. I've probably said this like 1,000 times. I think, personally, as the person who has gone through it all, my personal favorite way to go through this VN would definitely be Millie with Darren and Caprice with Wallace. That, for me, feels like it's the most fulfilling one. So now that I've experienced all of them, I think that's my most fulfilling and recommended choices. Which, if you had asked me that at the start, I would have been a bit hesitant to, like, even think that that would be something I would say. But, like, they are so well-rounded in terms of story. And I really like the direction that it leads. Like, men get a single W in the Sapphic. Yeah, because, like, I tend to really have trouble connecting with male characters. Like, that's just not something that I tend to, like, enjoy in a lot of media. It's very hard for me to get emotionally attached to a male character. Or, like, get invested in their stories. Just because, like, you know, I am very, like, I love my women. I love women's stories. That's just my personal bias whenever I'm going through media. But, like, holy shit. The writing is so iconic in their routes. Like, the writing club getting to survive is genuinely so important to me. Because it lets Millie leave. It lets Millie grow. And evolve past it. But it doesn't say goodbye to everything that they had done and everything that she had worked so hard for in that time of struggle. It gives this nice, she gets to walk away from it without saying goodbye to everything. She's saying goodbye, but it will live on from there. And I think that is really fulfilling for that side of the story. And I am really grateful for that, because that's really, like, genuinely, that absolutely changes a lot of things for me and how I felt about everything. Because, like, I was fine with the coming to terms with not having this, like, it survive. But knowing that it does have that chance to survive really changes everything. Something good for Millie's mental... Yeah, like, it is really good for her mental state. It's a nice way to conclude it. I really like that. So yeah, I think I would recommend Millie Darren, Caprice with Wallace, and then everything my bias, just everything after. Perfect circle, perfect. Everything. But yeah, that was holy shit. You know, like holy shit. Also the end there where Millie shares a sentiment with Heather about losing. Yeah, no, that is beautifully written. Like, that was holy shit. Just wow, actually. Just wow. Holy shit. Wow, you know? Like, wow. My god. I'm in my feelings right now. God, how am I meant to process these feelings? I hope you get the opportunity to do some TF-related streams again soon. I'll keep waking up early for them. It's not too early for a reread, probably. God, I wish. I need to... It's been nearly, what? We started this in November. We had November, December. That's 2 months worth of Twofold. And then first no, but Twofold. God. I really am glad that I got the opportunity, and I am thankful that I was sent a key. Because I remember being so excited too, because it was like the first time I got an email with like a key to try out something, and I was like, holy shit, no way. Like, this is so crazy that this is happening. Oh my god, like, what do you mean? And I was so like, holy shit about it. Because like, holy shit. Thank you so much for... Thank you for creating what is now my personality for the rest of my life. This is gonna be, just for reference, this is gonna be so ingrained into me. Like, this is my Warrior Cats. Like, that's the extent. This is like, it's gonna be like 10 years later, and I'm still gonna be talking about this, because I'm just gonna be like, damn, Millie. Fucking miss Millie. Heather is what Millie would have been without people like Haley and Olive. She could have been a true bad bitch. Insane. Neki! Oh my god. I need more Twofold, actually. I need more Millie. I need content creators. Like, I need artists and writers to start working on fan content, actually. You don't want sassy Millie? I do. Millie edgy clothes? Oh, please. More than anything. I'm in my feelings right now, because, like, you know? Like, I thought I was sad when we were finishing some of the other things, but, like, this one just hits different. Because, like, I don't think I've ever had anything kind of hit as hard as this one has. Like, there's been a lot of moments that have just hit so hard. But the extent of how personal the emotional attacks were in this one. Like, the emotional attacks were so personal that it was like, damn, okay. Got it, nerded. I unironically will miss waking up at like 3 AM every Wednesday. I mean, at least you're getting sleep again. Please, make sure your sleep debt is gonna be going insane right now. I'm gonna miss the banter every week, though. I've been having a lot of fun. Like, I always look forward to Twofold because I know that we're all gonna be very silly. And it kind of feels strange knowing that this was it. Like, I don't know, it doesn't feel real. It feels wrong. Like, it feels incorrect. It's like incorrect buzzer noise. I don't know how to feel. It's kind of sad. I feel sad. And it's like, damn, why do you feel sad? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to say... It's like, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? This has just been very... I know that, like, the me shilling all the time comes across jokey, but I can't express enough how much I genuinely mean everything that I say. Like, I know that I make it come across like I'm being like a little Tara, little hee hee ha ha when I like, it's Marielle Shilrelia, but like, it genuinely is like, everything that I say is real. Like, it is how I feel. Every time I ramble for like hours, like, do you know what I mean? The art book has almost 100 pages. You do a pages stream and that's another 3 months and some change for Oh my god, we just like analyze every single page. 4-hour stream per page. Twofold is like 20 bucks and worth every dollar. Twofold changed my life. And like, my life was already changed by another piece of media. I wasn't expecting like, oh, my life has been changed. Clocked by this, like, oh, you thought your life had been changed? Oh, well, guess what? Bam! It's insane. Twice in a single year, too. No, real. Like, a lot of the media that I have been lucky enough to experience this year has been insane. And getting into visual novels might have been, like, the best thing that has ever happened to me. Because, like, I think I was very spoiled. We were gonna charge somewhere between $12.50 and $15 originally because we thought people wouldn't think it'd be worth $20 since that's kind of high for VN. I think $20 is worth every cent. Like, yeah, no, $20 was good. $20 was absolutely the right price. You cooked. Like, no, definitely, it's definitely worth that. And I mean, in Australian money, it's not that much higher in like the conversion, because when I bought it as a gift, it was like, what? Let me check. $29.50. My only question is, because I have been told that it doesn't work in my situation, is that if I leave a review, it doesn't count because I was given a key. Does it count if I do it? Because I was told it doesn't. But if it does, then I'm gonna stop just chilling on... Because that's why I've been really loud as well, because I was like, oh, shit, okay. Well, I'm just gonna be louder about it everywhere else then. But does my review count? It'll still show up and stuff. Okay, it will show up. Okay. Cool. I think I'm gonna leave a review then. Not tonight, but I think I'm gonna definitely do a big write-up of a review and talk about it. Because yeah, I was told it's not gonna count, and I was like, well, fuck, okay. Cool, I guess. Shit. Okay. 10k word review. I'm pretty sure this will be my first review probably on here. I'm gonna have to figure out how to leave a review. How does one leave a review on this, actually? Oh, yep, found it. Write a review. Okay, there you go. Well, save some of that wall of text for that one video you're gonna be doing for that 500 goal. You're 100% gonna hit. God, if only. I would absolutely love if I hit that goal and then people are like, yes, talk about Twofold, because I would probably spend way too long on that. I feel like I should have, like, locked it into being a Twofold specific one instead of being like, chat gets to decide. Because, like, I want it to be Twofold so bad, but I know that some people are like, haha, warrior cats, haha, Neopets. But I really want to talk about Twofold. And, like, it's hard because, like, doing a long-form video essay takes normally multiple people. Open a poll and have all the options be Twofold. Yeah! Would you like Twofold or Twofold or Twofold or Twofold? Necky's cooking. Necky's cooking something. But yeah, I really have just loved everything in regards to this. Like, if you asked me for any genuine negatives, I'm actually thinking if there is anything that I would say is a negative. Or, like, something that I was like, about. Wait, I'm thinking. There's only 3 hacks when they could have been. Yeah, actually. Like, I'm genuinely sitting here trying to think of a negative. Is, like, what is there to say that's negative? Every single aspect of this is so filled with love. Like, I have very clear, like, things where in other ones I've been like, oh yeah, like, this is my negative. Like, this is why I won't continue the series. This is why, like, that's it for me. And, like, I feel like I'm pretty vocal about things like that. Like, I'm not afraid to talk about, like, why I won't do certain routes and where I find certain other ones just don't quite hit what I want. But, like, I sat here and 100%ed this and I wish there was more. There's just genuinely, like, it hits everything that I wanted. And I don't tend to do multiple routes, but I sat here and wanted to do multiple routes. I recommended someone asked me, like, oh, like, I've been doing this character route. Is it worth doing the other one? And I was like, genuinely, yes. You need to experience the story from both ends. Not even mentioning what happens afterwards, but you need both sides of that story because both sides, like, I know you told me this at the start, but I don't think I quite understood to what degree it truly does come together in that. Like, if you just play one route, you're missing so much of, like, the story. You really do need to play both sides to truly understand what's coming, like what's happening. And I really like that because it does give you such a unique experience. It is a very unique story. And I think the only thing I would feel sad about is the fact that, like, because of the fact that there are such big differences, anything content-wise that comes further does understandably get limited by then having to pick what is your canon route. It's like, with Horizon, for example, there are certain things that they let you have choices in, and it doesn't follow through into the next one. Which, Horizon is one of my favorite all-time games. Like, I fucking love Horizon. And then it was like some of the aspects they carried across and completely cut out those kind of influences. And then your story that you experienced no longer kind of held the same weight in the second one. And that's my only concern if there was anything further, is because we get so attached to the story that we experience and we attach ourselves to. Anything more Twofold wise then has to kind of pick what is canon. And I think that's my only concern with like more Twofold, is the fact that then how do you pick that? Real talk, if we do get to pursue future stuff like DLC or new game, it is my hope that if we pick a canon path, that fans of the other path will still be happy and satisfied, just because both sides end up with happy endings in the end. Yeah, like, I think my worry is, if that does happen, how do you pick a canon path when, even though they do tell the same story, they are still very different? Because if you pick the Millie route, for example, then everything on Caprice's side and that relationship built does kind of get nullified. And same with the Caprice route, if that becomes canon, then everything with Millie's side is taken away. And it's like, I think that's my only concern, because I experienced that with Horizon, where they continued on. And one of my favorite characters, you had the choice to, like, kill them or keep them alive. And it was a big side quest moment. And so people that chose to kill them, that decision got retconned because they appeared in the next game, alive and happy. And it's stuff like that. I personally picked to keep that person alive. So, like, I was not as affected, but I still looked at that moment and I went, no. No. Because there was a run where I did, like, kill them to see how it would look from both ends. But even though my path was that, it was still looking at that going, what is that? The way I'd see it is if we did a linear thing like that, you could still consider both PF paths canon and just consider the new thing an extension of that one path, though I understand. Yeah, so that would definitely work. It'd be interesting to see how it's handled, because I want more Twofold. Like, I'm, like, obviously voicing concerned things while I'm sitting here thinking about it, but I want more Twofold. Like, I am sitting here with my knife and fork being like, I want more, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this gift. But it's like, I'm curious to see how it would work. Like, if we made a Millie sequel, we could potentially leave the door open for a Caprice sequel down the line, just, you know. Personally, I adhere to the mantra of, we're not Catholic here, you can ignore God's word when it's... I love when people turn around and they're like, actually, word of God, this was mentioned in, like, this offhanded discussion, so, like, you can't have this thought. And I'm like, is it in the text? And they're like, no. And I'm like, does it say it anywhere at all in any kind of, like, text form in that story? Or even imply it? And they're like, no. And I'm like, then do not expect people to understand this if it is not anywhere in the text at all. If it is from one specific quote, far removed from anything, you cannot hold that to everybody and expect it. Because that's just not how it works. Like, you need to... gestures. Word of God, I think that God said free. Oh my god. Oh my god. God, I fucking love Twofold, man. The word of God said you're wrong. The word of God said, enjoy the story. God said L plus ratio, me. The word of God says you can do whatever you want for Man. I love them so much. I think, though, if I if I could ever say what I wanted more Twofold to be, and this is so selfish and so self-indulgent, I want the parents. I want the babies. I want more of that era. If we ever got more Twofold, I think that, personally, as someone who is, like, gone through all the routes, everything, I want more of the family. Like, I want to see more of the babies, and I want to see more of what we got with that grief and the journal and having to move on. I want to experience all of that. Like, don't tempt me with... No, I fear, like, genuinely, if there was ever more Twofold, I would do anything for it to go back to there. Because the parents just have such a grip on me as well, that, like, for me, I think that would be my favorite. Okay, we've openly talked about this vaguely, but we do plan on doing a standalone PC release eventually. We have a bonus scene or two that weren't put in the game, and I'd like to add that stuff into that if we can. An art book too, take this as me. Honestly, like, for real, if you did, like, everything with the parents is just... Do you know what I mean? Like, the parents' story itself is so beautifully complex, and having to, like, go through what they went through and the way that it affects little ones is just... I would love more of that. I'll cry like a baby. Show me them meeting for the first time. Show me their relationships and just... I love Caprice because she's fun and has depth to her. But Charlie, yeah! All of the parents just hit such a warm, special spot for me. That, like, if you gave me thousands upon thousands of words about them, I would eat that up in seconds. Like, everyone knows I have a weakness to parent characters, but, like, oh my god. Adelaide too, but you can't really say Adelaide is my favorite. I want more of Aid. Like, I want to see what they were all like back then. Because, like, they have such a beautiful friendship. And their relationship seems so beautiful. Like, there's just so much that could be explored there that I'm just, like, sits here, twirls hair, like, oh my god, imagine. I think that's where I would personally, like, that would be my perfect idea of, like, wanting more. Twofold negative one. Onefold. But, like, yeah. I want more of the parents and the kids. But, like, as kids. Little Millie, little Olive, little Caprice. I just think they would be oh my god. I have so many emotions about the parents. I think about them a lot. Like, god. Send a letter to the parents and I need baby Haley. Oh yeah, no, real. I want to see little Haley. It doesn't make, like, please. Little Haley would be so funny. It would be perfect. I want to see more Haley too. You know what? You're real for that. I also want to see more of the journal and what was written in it because I'm so curious about it. Like, that and, like, the writing of it is so, like, important to me. Haley never met any of them ever. We just throw in a random scene where she's eating. Oh my god. Yeah! She did look so baby in FS. Yes! I'm still trying to think if there's anything that I can, like, say I didn't enjoy in this. And, like, even the things that I feel like people expected me to turn around and not like, I fucking loved. Like, I feel like so many people panicked when I went, oh, this has happened to me, when I talked about the painting. And I feel like a lot of people expected me to be a lot more, like, about experiencing that scene from Caprice's POV. I feel like a lot of people were worried that that was going to be what really shifted me. Theo and I were melting down in DMs. I feel like nothing could have prepared you for the moment that I turned around and said that I had experienced that. I tried to see if I still had a picture of the painting, and I couldn't find it. The guilt I felt was unbelievable. No! Thank you for joining, Weeb. Stay safe, make good choices, and have a wonderful rest of your evening. For me, it was like, in hindsight, I can laugh about it, because the chances of that are so fucking funny. Like, I have never experienced anything story-wise that has that exact situation. And then it just, bam. The character that I am so emotionally attached to, that I have spent like the entire streams being like, oh my god, she's me for real, for real. She's so like me. I love her so much. And then just getting that scene was a shock. And so funny. Termer, hi! Hello! How are you today? But like, I think it definitely really did make me more attached to Millie because it was so personal. And the way she reacted was so similar to me at the time. Because I did not take it well when it happened to me. I was a wreck. And I've talked about that. I relate to her a lot in how she handled things. And like, in hindsight, yeah, not the best coping. It's not the best way to handle a situation like that. But we have emotions, and like, mine was just the fact that somebody did that. Because like, the person who did that knew me for a very small amount of time and didn't know the content of what was drawn. So when it happened, it was more of a, how could you, like you're overstepping a boundary I did not want you to be a part of kind of thing. Like, this is, like, you can't just do something like this. We've known each other for a couple of months situation. Like, that's a very big thing to kind of put yourself into. So, like, it hadn't even been a year. So when I got that, it was very, very messy, like, emotions-wise. But I think they had seen that I had asked an artist to draw something for me. Like, I had reached out to a friend and said, hey, can you do this for me? Because I was putting together something special for, like, a little memorable place. So I think they got a bad idea, but with good intentions. So seeing Millie go through that, and then seeing Caprice's thoughts and process, I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is hitting very close to a personal level. You just woke up. I hope you slept well. I will apologize. We are heading close to stream. I'm currently just talking over because we've just finished Twofold, which, by the way, get Twofold. I recommend it. I 100%ed it. It's perfect. Get it. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Get it. It's everything to me. This is my entire personality now. Like, it's so over for me, actually. It's so over for me. I have feelings. Bye, Twofold. It was so insane, though. Like, it really did just make me go, ah, yep, Millie. You're mine now. Grabs, like, holds, like, ferret. You're coming with me now. This, like, you're everything to me. And being able to see Millie's growth just really is what set it for me. And, like, I know I talk about Millie so much, but I promise, I swear I love Caprice's route as well. Like, I know I spend so much time talking about Millie, but, like, there is just something about Millie that just is so uniquely special to me that it's, like, hard to explain. Because, like, she hits every single tick to what, for me, causes a hyperfixation, and then, like, awakens things that I didn't even know were things for me, and then I'm like, oh yeah, no, you're my personality now, thank you very much. And getting to see her grow and develop and go through that pain was very, like, healing for me, which is so insane, because, like, it did also make me have to address what happened with that painting for me, which I've never had anything make me have to do before. So I was like, oh yeah, here we go. Wow, my love for this is insane. I miss Millie. I miss Millie already. It hasn't even been an hour. I'm gonna cry. Thank you for this. Thank you. I know I keep saying thank you, but I am grateful that I was given a key and have been given the chance to, like, you know, experience this, because, like, I was planning on buying it anyway. So I used the money that I planned on spending myself to buy it for someone else, because I was like, I don't want to not spend on this, so I bought it for somebody else so that they could play it, because I have an agenda, and it worked. Tune in next week for the start of the Millie Path reread. Oh, real fucking, like, you don't understand. I'm crying Twofold. Like, Twofold is getting pride from my hands because, like, I have to start on the next one, but, like, because the next one's Highway Blossoms. We know that. But, like, you know, god damn it. My one, when it hits 1 year of Twofold, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, Twofold's hit a year. We're going again, guys. Let's go. Time for emotional time again. I said this every time you end a VN. You know it's fine to take a break before the next one. I know. But, like, I feel like Wednesdays have become such a thing for me routine-wise. And I'm like, what can I fill in this time that is Women Love Wednesday vibes? Because I love Women Love Wednesday. And, I don't think Valorant is the correct answer, even though it's funny. Could you... The read I had on that one is insane. You're insane for that one. Man, I can't believe that. That was a silly read. I caught you there. Oh my god, next week is Valorant again, because why not? Oh my god, Valorant, Women Love Wednesdays Valorant edition, where I just play, I play Sage the entire time, or like, we're all Women Love Women. We just only specifically pick Women Love Women, like, pairings in the entire team, so it's like Rage, or like Skylock, or Fade Shock, and we're like, yeah, this is how we're gaming. Our team comps are Women Love Women. Oh my god. Women Love Wednesday means you can play whatever you want as long as you're a woman who loves Wednesday. True. I would love to see you play some Angela He games. Ooh, wait. Can you send me some recs? Because I'm curious. A new life? Whoa, wait. Wait. This one looks interesting. I just typed that into, like... Wait, I'm looking at one right now. Huh. Yeah, alright. Grabbing that one. Wait. Interesting. Missed messages probably isn't stream friendly. Billy's birthday is on a Wednesday. Yeah! Theo sent me a screenshot of a new life when we were making pieces. Oh my god, I love that that is me being like, ah, this looks interesting. And then bam. Oh my god. When your loved one hurts you, what do you do? Oh my god. A classic love story about letting go. Oh, that one's gonna emotionally break me. Oh my god, wait. Okay, I need to send something to someone really, really quietly. Because there's something about this that is really, really fucking funny. I can't explain why, but the release date is really fucking funny to me. It's an inside joke between a friend and I in particular, so I need to like laugh about this with them very quickly. That's so funny, actually. Loudest Windows noise you ever heard. Please! Oh my god. The Windows noise is against me always. I just needed a screenshot and it betrays me. She wasn't subtle. Look, how else am I meant to screenshot the release date then send a screenshot? What am I meant to do here? That is so funny, actually. That's so funny. Yeah, I think it's gonna be this one because that alone, like, between the title and then just that, yeah, no, that's my next one. Deal. We're so doing it. I'm gonna put a vote on if we delay the other one and do this one instead, actually. In the Discord server tomorrow. I think we're gonna do that. Because, like, that's funny. Let's get our heart broken, but, like, we'll laugh about it because of that one thing in particular. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Absolutely iconic. Incredible. God bless. Alright. I love how I told Mori, oh yeah, like, I'll be finished around midnight. It's now 1 AM. Oh, I have to be awake at 5. Okay, let me see who's streaming today. Who are we going to raid today? It's 1 AM. Happy 1 AM. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here today. I'm sorry you came in like right at the end and it's just been chatting. But I'm grateful that you came in here again today. Hi. Yeah, Neki, go to sleep. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for releasing my new personality. Thank you for Twofold. I'm not normal. I always will be becoming near the end. No! Rip. It do be like that. I love time zones. God bless. Alright. It's a Wednesday. We have 2 options here. Let's just... We're a woman of routine at this time. Like, this is so funny. I'm so sorry it keeps being them. I need to find more people to start streaming. It's just the same people every time. Alright, you know what we do for every raid? Bring your absolute best attitude. Make sure you're very positive and optimistic. Show a lot of love to the person that we are raiding, just as you would for me. In terms of announcements, don't forget Donathon is on the 26th of this month, and then be prepared because the 26th of March is my 1 year of streaming, so we're gonna do a huge celebration for that. More information will be released after the Donathon, like right afterwards, because time is a weird soup. So we're gonna be a little bit silly for that one. But yeah, thank you so much for watching today, guys. We're gonna hit that raid button and jump straight across. So as we say at the end of every stream, stay safe, make good choices. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Okay, good night.